Okay, so let's start. Hello. Are we streaming? Are we live?
Yeah, I think we are.
We are live. Okay. Hi everyone in the room and outside. Uh, Welcome formally to CITYJS New Delhi. I think we said welcome outside, but to everyone. Welcome to this edition of CITYJS. You can see some of our beautiful speakers. Uh, and while making this presentation, I thought a lot about MC, the art of keeping you entertained. And I thought, what would be the most important thing that I can tell you at the opening of the conference? And then I decided to tell you about myself. So I'm Ujjwal. I work at Dahlia, and I'm known by people in our boring circle as somebody who works on standards, so TC39, JavaScript standards, web standards, browsers, all of these things. Wrote like popular projects that I've worked on include Node, for example. And fun fact, if you didn't notice, I was born and raised here, so I'm from this city. Thank you. That was cue for applause. So, but enough about me. What about this event? You are at CityJS. You might be wondering, what is CityJS? What does that even mean? CityJS? Maybe make it DelhiJS or something. But okay, very generic. But CityJS actually started as three meetup groups in the city of London came together and started a bigger group that started formulating a lot of JavaScript events and related communities in London. And then because of its nature as a pure community event, as something that was only aimed at sort of developing JavaScript communities, it naturally expanded around the world. So as you might see, this year we have a number of events. This is pretty much one of the last, but we've been doing a number of events all through the year. Hopefully do more, maybe do different events in the other years, but this is the idea of CityJS, right? We are here in Delhi, and we are doing a JavaScript conference that you would hopefully like and take some things away from. Over time, maybe we can make the content different, maybe more diverse, but at the moment, it's still amazing to me that we can have a lot of you JavaScript engineers here in this one room, in my city. It's amazing. But let's not forget that the idea behind all of this is not just the sandwiches, right, or the coffee. I do like coffee, but the idea is to support all these JavaScript communities around the world. We, I can, I believe that all of you can relate with me when I say that I learned JavaScript not in university or through teachers, but through communities, through different groups on the internet or in person who were more than happy to talk to this weird little kid and tell him about JavaScript. And so I hope that this is something that can grow out of this as well. We can not only create vibrant communities here in our city or different cities across India, but also support cities across India and hopefully across the world. Before we start with the event, there's something very important that I'd like to talk to you about, and that is the code of conduct. By participating in the event, by registering in the event, by being here in person, and following us online, I assume you are aware of our code of conduct. We have a code of conduct, and I would implore you to read it. It's a very interesting read. But to summarize it, please do not discriminate. Please do not harass each other. And please do not take each other's photos without consent. Apart from that, have fun. And yeah, if there's something that makes you feel uncomfortable, you can find volunteers all around you. I think not right now, they're busy outside. But there's volunteers, there's people with CityJS t-shirts, there's me, I don't have a, I'll change. But, tell people about anything that might make you uncomfortable, and we'll make sure that we handle it quickly and relatively well. Lastly, about the fire exits, you can see there's 3 fire exits in this room itself, and then outside there's a fire exit behind the registration desk. So in case of emergency, you know this. Thanks to our MC, who's also me. I don't know if you can see me, but fine. Thank you. So I'll be bothering you throughout the day. You'll not get enough of me. But also, thank you to our sponsors, two of whom you must have seen outside. It's impossible to create an event of this scale without the support of our amazing sponsors. So I'd like to thank Storyblock and Monash and AWS, as well as Tata Energy. Thank you. Also, thanks to Google Dev Library and GDG Program, and all of our community partners. If you're here, thank you. And otherwise, please look around for these communities. They are the lifeblood of our JavaScript ecosystem. Yeah. And that's it. Follow us, and love to hear you online. Thank you.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got a winner, let's give him a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot.
Okay, and now clap your hands.
So our next speaker is still incoming. So sorry, I can keep bothering you. Is there something you would like to hear about? JavaScript. Fine. By show of hands, how many of you are students today? A lot of you. Wow. And how many of you are professional JavaScript developers? Nice. And of all the JavaScript developers, are you all from the region, from NCR, or elsewhere? Like, who is from outside Delhi, for example? That's fun. So, yeah, JavaScript is amazing. It's a weird programming language made by a small group of people, but communities like these can have an amplifying effect because it's hard to make your voice be heard in these spaces as an individual developer. But yeah, I hope that as a community we can sort of have this sharing of ideas and hopefully influence some of the new developments in the language. Personally, I work on DC39. By show of hands, how many of you know about this weird word that I just said? Makes no sense, right? Yeah. It's a standard committee that develops JavaScript, and it's a very odd community because you don't quite get like who's in, who's out, what are they doing. But I can show you that these people care a lot about people writing JavaScript and also about people learning JavaScript. So whenever you learn JavaScript, you might feel that something is odd or weird in the language, and that's probably not just you. So it's our goal to make the language better and more interesting over time. So all of your feedback is great. I'd love to. I wouldn't bother you so much today. Maybe if you come tomorrow, you can listen to my talk about all of that process. But either way, uh, feel free to catch me outside and talk about this programming language that we use. How many of you started writing JavaScript before the class syntax, during the prototype days, like the old JavaScript? Did it or did it not suck? Like it was terrible, right? So the idea is that hopefully we keep evolving the language in a positive direction, make it easier to understand, easier to write, easier to read. And that's not easy because what's easy for someone might be difficult for another person. So yeah, it's very important to talk about how you feel or like what is your opinion on these different things. Anyway, that's it. I won't bore you more. We have our speaker coming up. Just wait for him to come in. But yeah, be back in a minute. So, folks, I know that you're already dreading the agenda for today. It's going to be a lot of JavaScript talks, one after another, a lot of technical stuff to swallow. So before we embark on our journey through weird JavaScript stuff, let's start with something more generally useful, let's say. So first up, we have my friend Abhishek talking about productivity and skills that you can learn and master in order to make your JavaScript journey more easy. So please welcome on stage with a big round of applause, Abhishek Mishra.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we've got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
Thank you. It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
Amplify Studio is a new visual development environment in AWS Amplify that makes creating a full-stack web or mobile app both a front-end UI and back-end, fast and easy. Instead of writing front-end component code from scratch, you can quickly choose from dozens of UI components for popular features. These UI components are also available within Figma, so your designer can create and customize them, and they can be imported into Studio as code. Use the Studio console to set up an app backend and connect your UI components to backend data in clicks. Studio offers a developer-friendly approach to low-code. It automatically translates visual changes into clean React code, letting you focus on the business logic and building a great app experience. Amplify Studio makes it easy to get started without cloud expertise and build full-stack apps that are built to scale following AWS best practices. Get to market faster and easier with Amplify Studio.
Have all this thing. So technically, this is the talk that I wanted to theme around Starbucks, and let's see, what I got in my bucket. So again, good morning, everyone. Just want to have a quick attention who is awake or still want to have a breakfast awake. Thank you so much. So when we talk about this talk is about developer productivity, okay, and what do you mean by developer productivity? Like it's whether it's writing a bunch of code or doing 24/7 code or whatnot. I mean, you must have seen a lot of passionate developers or in fact Twitter bios like 10x developer. Is this talk going to be help you in be a 10x developer? No. I personally feel like those kind of things are kind of toxic praise in terms of getting more value driven for your startup or whatnot, grinding and all stuff. So this talk is not about that. The developer productivity is mainly says that okay, how can you maintain and build a project in terms of sustainable way, right? And how can you combine or enhance whatever skill set you have on top of it, what else you can add so that whatever time you consume in terms of building a project or even if it's a repetitive ones, if you are moving from one project to another, what are the things you should take care of? In all those things, and it mostly focuses on habits that you should build being a developer. And there are a few things that I have listed out of slides, so please do connect me with out of this session. I would be happy to discuss a tool-oriented approach because I don't want to advocate for any particular tool, keeping this as a very neutral talk in terms of how the habits could help you in terms of being a better developer. And so when you talk about productivity, also I want someone to keep a time check if someone can help me with that. I don't want to exceed more time. Is there any volunteer? Okay, cool. So these are the main factors when you talk about, okay, you want to be productive, right? It's not about just writing code, right? These are, you definitely want to master your skills in terms of whatever framework or niche you want to develop, right? So you got to focus on that, whether you want to master React, or Next.js or whatnot, right? Of course, I'm talking about fundamentals as well here. Second, effective tools and workflows. These are nothing but your buddies in terms of the IDEs, the tools that you use, automation tools, scripts, or whatnot. And we'll also look into ability of focusing in terms of how you can manage depending on what kind of task or projects you have, and how do you prioritize, or is there any way to start focusing on whether I should do multitask or what and all those things. And then collaborative approach, of course, you are not going to be 10x developer unless until you want to do that. Probably you should not see this talk because that's not for that. So collaborative in terms of as a developer, of course you work in a project, it's a team of people, so you have to be collaborative in terms of how you are dealing with your problems, fixing issues in projects and whatnot. And then work-life balance, adapting your lifestyle in terms of work and how you focus on that. This is mostly how Jedi used to practice, right? They focus, they have a discipline, and then they keep on learning on their things of philosophy, whatnot. Again, this talk is a bit of philosophy oriented, so probably again this might not be very helpful if you are already a senior developer and you know that these things are already worked. And this is the mindset: you seek challenge, embrace the challenge, and then you go for a solution, and then you proceed. Now, as explained, one of the key elements, right? You gotta embrace, focus on development tools and process. How do you do that? When I say use existing tools, it means that a framework that you are already familiar of, or you want to master your niche in. So focus on that. If you want to go and start with building a sample project, let's say a very small product website, e-commerce website, you can start with an existing framework like Next.js or something like that. And because they also have a community-based approach where the things that you're trying to build that may already exist. So don't try to reinvent the wheel and say that okay, this is how I want to go and create from scratch. I'm gonna write all the basic CSS things in my own files and all stuff. Probably go with the existing tool that's available there, right? Choose high quality tools. This means that when I say high quality tools, I'm not talking about like a paid application that's it, but the tools that can help you writing better code, or probably find optimized version of code that you're writing. So for example, there is this tool called Features. I don't know how many of you have heard, but that has helped me a lot in improving how a code can be written in terms of patterns that could produce a bug. So I just go ahead and install that in my repository, and then it kind of tells me okay, this particular code or a function is taking more computation time, or there's a problem with the connection here. This might not get executed well. So those kind of tools I'm talking about. I mean, again, this also talks about running your test cases using frameworks for that instead of just for whatnot. Writing it all manually will not help you out. So yeah, high quality coding tools which will help you enhance or produce a better code, or in general workflow as well. How many of you have used code snippets in VS Code or any other? Oh, that's really good. So I have this habit of, in fact, not for just while writing a code, even for configuration files, or even if you have to run a debugger in general, right? Have a piece of code that will be always helpful. So instead of writing the entire thing again, just use the code snippet. Right? That is very helpful. And when I talk about repetitive tasks, it's more of a running test cases. Have a task runner to run bunch of scripts over a project that you want to do. And when I say we use fast work, it means that again, this is kind of related to what I'm going to talk next. The bunch of things or models that you have already written, for example, parsing a take or something like that, or converting or displaying, importing CSV files and showing it to your component, right? All those kind of things you can kind of use. That's what I'm talking about. So that's why you need to have a proper code maintenance. When I talk about it, it's not just your personal project in terms of your company as well. I'm going to skip the first focus session on Monorepo because I have another technique that I use. We'll talk about that in later slides. And I'm a big advocate of avoiding multitasking at the same time, because what happens is when you're performing one task, or let's say you're running you're working on one feature, and someone asks you for, hey, can you help me with this? Not a quick call thing, but let's say that you jump from that particular feature implementation to helping someone else. I'm not saying that don't help, but it depends. Understand the context of what exactly you're doing. Don't directly jump there, because what will happen, what you are doing, I mean, it's a human brain, it's not like a debugger, like you set a breakpoint and this is from your execution start directly. So I would suggest that avoid those kind of tasks. Do one task at a time, because context switching is a big deal for human brains. You may have started very early in the morning with a very fresh mind. You started, you did a bunch of code or a task, really good mood, and then you're jumping to another task without completing. While coming back to the first task, it may take some more time for you to understand, oh, where was I, and then. So for that reason, I usually avoid doing multitasking at the same time, because context switching takes time. Block distraction. Everyone knows, put your phones on silent and all stuff, but there are applications which will help you, in fact, during your whatever focus work you're doing, use this kind of tools which will help you block all the other notifications from the desktop itself. So probably you should use that. And the one way how I do it, I close all the other applications, Slack notifications, whatnot, and I make sure that I have updated the status on this communication is again very important. I usually set that okay, DND, default, whatnot, and then so that people in your team understand okay, you are going through something very deep work, and then they will not be something like that. So yeah, you can use tools like code turkey and SP-Time. This will help. I mean, this thing is very basic thing, but what will also help you is when you have a problem of procrastinating. Okay, I have 2 tasks or let's say 4 to 5 tasks. You don't know how to prioritize things. Probably randomly pick one task, then allocate a time, and then try to finish that within that time. At least by that way, you could finish one task out of 5 tasks. And there's another technique that I have seen and have used that depending on what kind of task you have in a day, let's say 5 or 6 tasks, whether writing a code review, or in fact writing a documentation or writing a blog or whatnot, map those tasks in terms of calendar events. So for example, morning 10 to 12, you'll say that probably I'll review all the Slack messages / I'll check whatever the messages I have plus pull reviews and pull request reviews or pull reviews, whatever you want to do. So this is what happens is that you can divide your entire day in work related stuff, and then probably you can focus on your other activities as well, which involves your life, because your life as a developer is not just to write code. Of course, you are a human being and you have a life as well. Yeah, I think these things are very basic things, like taking, if you want to upskill, take online courses, read books. I would in fact prioritize reading books over taking online courses unless until you are a very beginner in terms of getting started with technology. Because reading book will give you a very depth understanding of one particular framework or in general concept that you're trying to understand. So for example, we use databases a lot, MySQL and whatnot. But if you want to optimize on top of it, the kind of queries you want to write, right? It's not there on Stack Overflow. You will end up spending a lot of time searching for the right answer. But the better way to go with optimizing a query or something that requires better understanding of internals, read a book. So there's a book called Database Internals by Ravi. It will help you understand that how queries work and in what way query engine works, so that you write a query in this manner. And which kind of databases to choose over. I mean, just not go with random blogs that people have written over thread over Twitter blogs, unless until you know this person is really expert in database, for example, in this case. I would rather suggest to read fundamentals of how exactly things work in the environment. And of course, practice coding. I'm not talking about side projects here. I'm mainly talking about you should solve read code and problems of archetype, because that will help you optimize your logical abilities to solve the problem, also reasoning in general. So the moment we talk about developer, we usually, all the conferences in general, and then when it comes to solving or building a product, we say that okay, fine, I don't want to do infrastructure and such. Why do I need competitive programming skills, right? If I want to just build a React app, but that's just one place. Like starting a career in tech is easy, but sustaining is not easy. You have to keep upskilling and optimize on top of whatever your workflow is doing. So this is why you need practice in coding. Probably do twice a week. Have a target of X number of problems you want to solve. So as I talked initially, it's not about just coding. Make sure that you are taking care of yourself as well. I am seeing that a lot of developers, especially in my network and on Twitter as well, a lot of people are having a backache. And then the primary reason of that is it's not just because you sit all the day, it's also because you're not taking enough sunlight. So lack of vitamin D, B12 and whatnot. So you have to make sure that you're taking a regular sleep, and for that also, this is very interesting. There is one research which talks about taking sunlight is very important for a good sleep. And I can give you a link to that off the top because this is not related. But make sure you take enough sunlight, do exercises. Again, when you're stuck in a problem, don't just go in a mundane task. So I have to fix this within 5 minutes. How can I not solve this? Don't take it into this. Take a break, take a walk, come around, probably take a nap, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, hour naps, and then come back and try to solve it. A lot of time, I don't know if you have experience, but you're solving a bug and you have given up in the night, and then next day you wake up within 3 minutes, you're like, oh, this was the problem, right? Probably you're once, and not exactly semi-funny because the IDs are very smart these days to make syntax error, but in general a logic problem, right? This has been happening a lot of times, so can take breaks. And I've been seeing this a lot, like how do you measure your, again, this is not particularly for you as an individual, but I mean as an engineering team as well. A lot of people start measuring their performance in terms of, okay, how can I optimize more or increase entire team's productivity, and then they start measuring by the number of, okay, what number of percentage you are putting on engineering roles, or what kind of number is coming out when we are doing release cycles or planning testing and whatnot. But as an individual also, you don't have to put number on everything, because for example, building a project itself is collaborative work. So you have to get on a time where you will brainstorm, come up with the project designs and all stuff, right? And then do handover. So there is this particular report by McKinsey where they have kind of came up with a framework how can you measure your developer productivity or engineering team productivity, which I would suggest you have a read, but then don't think from that perspective, because a lot of productivity tips or in terms of measuring success factor as a developer productivity are kind of flawed. So you can give it a read, but then think, do you really need that? I'm putting this as a anti, or I would say counterproductive advice so that you can think more about it. Yeah. We talked about it, Pomodoro technique. If you have a small task, divide, locate time, 25 minutes, do it, and then keep on doing it. I am pretty sure that everyone is aware of it. But the third thing works for me very well. For each day, assign a number of tasks that you want to do on a calendar map. The moment it ends, probably, yeah, I'm almost done. So allocate a dedicated slot on a calendar, and then start working on it. And this can be applicable to your physical exercise as well in your day-to-day life, not just your office practice. Again, this may not be applicable, let's say, if you're solving a very big problem. If you're working on, let's say, implementing a graph algorithm, for example, in one of your scaling problems. So, like, let's say you want to scale it, and like, okay, finally you can do a graph implementation of scaling the nodes and whatnot, for reliability purpose, and then you end up spending 2 to 3 hours for writing this particular algorithm. In that case, Pomodoro won't work because you need a dedicated number of time to think on from one step to another. So decide what kind of task you have, and then decide what kind of technique you want to use. For example, a lot of people say that you can use tools like ClickUp or whatnot. Those things have never worked out for me personally because it's very, for small thing, it's very huge project management tool to get used. I usually use Todoist for all the tasks, or there's a really amazing CLI tool called Task Warrior. I use that. And I forgot to mention two things actually. It's not here. Irrespective of whatever level of developer you are, make sure you learn how to touch type. It's really productive. And touch, for people who don't know what touch type is, you don't see at the keyboard. I mean, you type it and you see it on the screen. You gotta practice that. This is a really good website for Kivia or monkey type something. You can practice that. Second is start using terminals. Amazing. Get rid of GUIs. Again, you can save some more, like a few seconds to enhance your time. Yeah. So I mean, terminals are way to go. I would encourage everyone to use terminals over GUI and use touch typing. Whatever learning you are doing, make sure to document it. For example, it's not just for a blog. I think I just have 2 more minutes. Not just for a blog. Even if, for example, you're writing let's say you're using Lodash, for example, one of the libraries, and you wanted to do some task, right? And you couldn't find it. I mean, you spent almost an hour to fix the problem. It's better that you document it. I call it as a digital garden. It's not a blog. Probably you can do a GitHub gist or whatnot. Write a problem statement, what this was, and then just write a code snippet that's all the problem. And this is reusable in many terms, because what happens is, even, I know you must have seen this meme, like how to center a division, even if you're a 10 year of experience developer. I mean, this kind of things, to fix this kind of things, you can actually write it down and reuse it later, instead of going and searching on Stack Overflow. First look up in your document whether you have already solved this problem previously or not. That will save a lot of time. And again, this can also help one of your team members. You can use anything, GitHub.js, personal Gitbook, whatever you prefer. And yeah, this is all it. Don't get stuck in silo. If you have a team or if you have a senior, if you're not able to solve your problem in very specified time, I would ask, you better ask for help. There is no shame in asking for help, right? If you're stuck with, let's say, working with some cloud services, I am also about. If you don't know what is going on, just go and ask for help. It will solve a lot of problems. Yeah. And I would also suggest that if you started working on something and if you foresee that, okay, there is something where I may need help or there is another task that someone has asked me that, hey, can you fix this first? Probably you should inform both the people who are involved, like, hey, this is what I'm going to work on. So this particular task, a previous task I was working on, it might get delayed. This will have a better communication in terms of what work you're doing, as well as it will have a better deadline as well. Yeah, so this is just the thing. I mean, whatever the conclusion you have, focus and determine. Your focus determines the reality. So keep whatever task you are doing, make sure to align it according to what analysis you want to do, and then probably follow all those things that I have shared. And if you want to get an idea about how to build a habit or do effective work, read this book. And you can also read the McKinsey's developer productivity report I've shared. There's a newsletter called Pragmatic Programmer by George. So he writes really good. You can go to his blog as well, newsletter. So my name is Abhishek. I'm an engineer and aspiring developer advocate, and I'm not an ex-engineer. I'm an ex-engineer. In fact, the website also is ex-engineer. Do connect with me on that handle, and I'm happy to take any questions or any questions because I'm already running out of time. Thank you so much.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this from
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
Amplify Studio is a new visual development environment in AWS Amplify that makes creating a full-stack web or mobile app, both a front-end UI and back-end, fast and easy. Instead of writing front-end component code from scratch, you can quickly choose from dozens of UI components for popular features. These UI components are also available within Figma, so your designer can create and customize them, and they can be imported into Studio as code. Use the Studio console to set up an app backend and connect your UI components to backend data in clicks. Studio offers a developer-friendly approach to low-code. It automatically translates visual changes into clean React code, letting you focus on the business logic and building a great app experience. Amplify Studio makes it easy to get started without cloud expertise and build full-stack apps that are built to scale following AWS best practices. Get to market faster and easier with Amplify Studio.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we've got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this from Aditi.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we've got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this from Aditi.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we've got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this from Aditi.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we've got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this from Aditi.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yeah.
Page transition. Okay. So don't get confused. This is not a native application. It's a mobile application of OpenMG. And as you can see, there is no transition happening. Neither the backward, nor the forward transition. Well, this is very sad. After building such a great application, we have lost a premium fee to our application. And it's not only about premium fee, it's also about defining the direction of the flow, which is most important from user point of view. Because when you have a good direction to your feature, you can have a better user engagement and a better user experience. So, what is the problem you think we have with the web apps so that we cannot have this transition possible? Any ideas? Anyone? Yeah. Well, that's a case of a multi-page application. In the case of single-page application, what do you think the problem is? Yeah, quite correct. So the problem we have with the browsers, and let's understand with the same example. So as soon as you navigate to profile page, your DOM state gets updated, and we all know that as your DOM state gets updated, your UI gets rendered, right? And we don't have any mechanism of control over the renderer, so that we could somehow stop it to get it rendered. We have both the state at the same time and have a transition, because it is not possible to have transitions between two states if they are not present in the UI. So, what can be the magical fix for this? Any idea? Well, it's nothing than viewTransition API. So this API helps us to change the DOM state without any overlap in between these states, and also help us to give a transition animation in between different states of DOM using the snapshot. So as you can see, I have attached a screenshot of one of our demo applications, and this screenshot has an old state and a new state. So this screenshot I took while I was navigating from one page to another page. Also, I would tell you that this app was built using viewTransition API. So during a transition, I just stopped it and I took a screenshot, and now you can see we have both the state or both the UI present on the user's phone at the same time. So I had the old page also and the new page also at the same time. So DOM transition is now very much easy with viewTransition API. The next question is how can we use this? The real question comes that let's just talk about code. How can we implement this to have a page transition? So before moving into it, this single line of code does everything, and we have to understand this before moving on to implementation. So as you can see, our document object exposes a method called startViewTransition, and that method takes a callback. So for now, it is update DOM callback, and this callback is responsible for updating your DOM state. So let's just have a look at what's behind the scenes. So we have three blocks. One is the main DOM, and then we have the transition route, and then we have the user screen. So now you can see, user can see the main DOM, which is state 1. So as soon as you, the developers cause document.startViewTransition, your current state of DOM is captured as an old state, and then the rendering is paused on the user screen. And after that, we invoke the callback, which is update DOM callback, which updates your main DOM. And then after that, a pseudo element tree is created. We'll talk about it later in the talk. And after that, rendering is unpaused. And then this transition route, which is a pseudo element tree, is being exposed to user screen. And because of that, when we play the animations, with the help of pseudo element, you can see user can see the state change from state 1 to state 2. And after the animation is complete, we remove the pseudo elements out of it. Right. So we knew that the single line of code does all of these things behind the scene by itself. Also, it returns something. So it returns an object which is full of different promises, so that we can have control, we can have notifications over different steps or behind the scene working, like update, callback, and promise. This promise gets fulfilled at the very first when your update from DOM callback updates your DOM. After that, the ready for promise get fulfilled when your transition is just about to ready, when you have both the state captured and the pseudo element tree is created. Then lastly, we have the finished promise, which get fulfilled when your transition is complete. So we can use all these promises to do something into this stuff. Okay. Now, to have a page transition, I just wrap this function with a function named as update DOM with transition, and the callback I'll accept from whosoever is using this function. So let's say, how can we use this function? So in the bottom, you can see on the home page, we have used this function to navigate to a different page, and so here I'm using navigate function of React.DOM to navigate to a different page, and I've used it. I've called my update DOM with transition function and passed the callback to it. Also, now we have to give a check for the browsers who are not supporting it. So I have a check where we see whether the document has the start view transition method or not. If it does not have, we will just have the fallback for the older browser, because not all the browser is supporting it, apart from Chrome, Edge, and Android WebView. So we have that fallback for the browser who are not supporting, and rest is still the same. The next question is, how can we have that transition? Still, the single line code would have the things which is running behind. How can we have that transition happening? So to have that transition possible, we'll take the root element of the DOM, which is your HTML tag, and then we'll attach a style property, which is viewTransition name, and give a new viewTransition name to your HTML root. So this viewTransition name, I would extend my function and take it as a parameter. And now you can see on home page, the file which is used for home page is now passing the forward as a transition name. So now my root element of the DOM has a style property name, which is forward. Now we can, with the help of these pseudo elements, we can capture the old state and the new state. So as you can see at the very first line, we have view transition old, which is the pseudo element, and passing down forward into this, we can like capture, have a control over the old state, and view transition new is your pseudo element, which is used as a selector to select the new state of the DOM. And you can write your own custom animation over it to have the feel of page transition. So I have written this keyframes to just have that page transition. Also, let's have a look at the real implementation in one of our React applications. So that was a dog application I was showing to you. So this is one of the demo applications. So this is the landing page of the application where we have list of all breeds of the dog. And when you click on any of the breed, you'll navigate to the list of dogs, and then you can have a detail of any of the dog. Well, you can see there is no view transition still working on, or we don't have any page transition onto this. So I'll just quickly jump into the code base. So here are the pages. We have the breed page, we have the dog details and dog history. So breed page was using use navigate to navigate to different route. Instead, we'll use our own custom hook, which is use navigate with transition, which I have already written. So let's just replace this with use navigate with transition.
Ravi, can you make light blue?
Pardon?
Light, clean light. Control K, Control P.
Control.
Zoom in.
feel something is wrong with this. Can you come and check? Okay. So also on header, we are using use navigate. So we'll replace my custom mode, which is use navigate with transition. Also on our obvious page, replace use navigate with. So before jumping into the result, I'll just have a good walk through this custom hook. If you can see, this custom hook returns a function called transition, which still have the fallback for the browser who are not supporting it. And inside this, we have by our own decided the transition name. So if the route value is -1, we take it as a backward transition, and all other cases want forward transition. Again, we have taken the root element of the document and attached the viewTransition name. And again, we have invoked the start viewTransition method and passed on the update callback. So update callback is written here only, and you can see as we want the DOM to update on every navigation, so we have written the update callback here. Also for you, I have written this promise where you can see I'm not using it for anything, but the ready, I'm using it to scroll it to top while navigating to a different page. Also in finish, when the finish get fulfills, I'm just removing the viewTransition name out of the root element for safety purpose, because we cannot have duplicates transition name in one DOM. So after the transition is complete, we are good to remove this. Let's have a look at the app now. I'll refresh it. Okay. Okay. I think there's an internet issue. Okay, now we got it. Okay, this is again the home page of our docs app. Now you can see the transition app. Right, the forward transition. This is the backward transition. The transition API. Before we end up, I'll just show you the pseudo element tree because it is already created a hype in your mind. So let's have a look at it. I've just paused the animation, and once I click up on any of the reads, you'll see that we have attached the viewTransition name to our root element of the DOM, and also this is the pseudo element which is created now. So you can see we have this pseudo elements, and inside that the image pair of forward transition has the old and the new your pages. So old page is still inspectable. I'll show you the new page at the same time on the DOM somewhere. Okay. Now you can see we have the old and the new page at the same time on the user screen. And the DOM is updated to the new page. So we are just taking user with 2 images. So browser has captured the older image. It has then paused the render and updated the DOM, and then captured the new image of the DOM. And then now we are taking the user with these 2 images to have this transition possible. And once the transition is complete, you will see everything getting managed, which is your, we got rid of the pseudo elementary and also the style. So this is how we can do this with viewTransition API. Okay, so now it's time to see the final result of 1ng web app, and we'll land on Moon again. So here's the final result. You can see we have achieved on integrating viewTransition API on one of our mobile web application. So let me play this. Now you can see this is the transition, forward transition, and then we have the backward transition. More examples can be achieved because now you have control over both the DOM state. Now it's up to you, write any custom animation and you can play between it. So here are some examples. And many more, like a transition you saw between all of my slides. I know those were empty, but those are also possible if you want to write. And the QR code, you can scan. All my studies are here. Also the specification for viewTransition API and different demos implemented in vanilla JavaScript. We have also the code repository for this dogs application and a lot of things. Just scan this QR code and you are ready to go with viewTransition API. Well, at last, I would like to thank 1ng front-end engineering team for having a belief in me and giving me this this freedom to have experiment over broad applications every day. And also, at last, I would thank CITYJS conference for having me here and Google Chrome team for building such an great AI. At last, I would end with this code, which is implement what you read and read how to make your implementation better. This is Asli Engineering from Asli Engineering, and thank you so much. This was my time.
Amplify Studio is a new visual development environment in AWS Amplify that makes creating a full-stack web or mobile app, both a front-end UI and back-end, fast and easy. Instead of writing front-end component code from scratch, you can quickly choose from dozens of UI components for popular features. These UI components are also available within Figma, so your designer can create and customize them, and they can be imported into Studio as code. Use the Studio console to set up an app backend and connect your UI components to backend data in clicks. Studio offers a developer-friendly approach to low-code. It automatically translates visual changes into clean React code, letting you focus on the business logic and building a great app experience. Amplify Studio makes it easy to get started without cloud expertise and build full-stack apps that are built to scale following AWS best practices. Get to market faster and easier with Amplify Studio. Amplify Studio is a new visual development environment in AWS Amplify that makes creating a full-stack web or mobile app, both a front-end UI and backend.
It'll be an introductory talk, so I'm happy a lot of students are here. My name is Supriya M. I'm working as a software engineer at an edtech firm called CITYJS Foundation. As I was saying, I work as a front-end React developer. It doesn't want me to do my talk.
Hi. Hi. Yeah, the sound is coming.
Folks, in the meantime, while we figure out technology, because apparently we haven't, feel free to tweet with the hashtag CITYJS New Delhi, and we'll keep monitoring your tweets, and at the end, people with the best tweets will get some t-shirts. Nothing too serious, but you know, something.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we've got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this from Aditi.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
Through which you can create controls. That's something I want to share. But each of them have their own USPs. Are we good?
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also
just asked for another 30 minutes of I'll go talk to
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
it's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this from
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who are...
Perfect. So this is how live debugging happens. So you got to go see a live debugging session as well. This is how to work about. Okay, let's get started with a lot of time already done. I'm a software engineer working at CITYJS Foundation. It's an edtech firm. Along with that, I'm also an open source enthusiast. So I participate. I'm an open source contributor at a community called Reactivity. Because we're into the front end world, there's a lot of updates coming in day in and day out. So that's how I try to keep myself updated with new things coming up. And I do share my learnings through technical blogs. And yes, finally I get a chance to be a speaker today. Really happy with that. You can find me at these social platforms. @Suprabha is my handle everywhere across. And now we get started with the actual topic. So I just want to know a few raise of hands on how many of you have known about Monorepos or worked with Monorepos. Okay, I'm quite happy that most of you are fresh, new folks. I would love to put in my understanding of what I have learned through my journey and help you understand what a Monorepo is today. So basically, put in very simple terms, Monorepo by the word itself is a mono repository, an individual repository which contains code for multiple projects. And these projects could be similar in nature or they could be distinctly different. So you can have like backend and front-end projects in the same repository. And this becomes an efficient approach in the software development system where you can store your code for the whole organization's apps in a single repo and maintain it across. A lot of companies have gone with this approach. They are working with them. Majorly, which I've mentioned earlier on Google, Facebook, Twitter, Microsoft, Airbnb, and we at CITYJS also make use of monorepos. So talking about monorepos, why do you want to get started with them? Is because since you have all the code in a single repo, the visibility is quite huge. All the developers working on it would be able to view each and every part of the code in it. And that's how collaboration also becomes better. Since let's say different teams are working together, they understand the code and they'll be able to continue and collaborate. And with these two things interconnectively, your speed of your development, the performance through which you create. And then added the advantages of NX rather than replacing it completely with NX. So this is something which we will see today. I do have a demo to share. I wanted it to be a hands-on session. Okay. People at the back, are you able to see it? Or should I? vector. Anyways, I'll be walking through it, so if that's all right, you can go through the code later. So when you're talking about Lerna, right, a simple command of npx and it's Lerna will get you started with the initial setup. And what that would look like is, oh, there's a bit of delay. Okay, what it would look like is you have this package structure available. You would have packages. There's Lerna.json. There's packages.json. So if you observe here, I'm having the latest version of Lerna, which is 7.1. 6.5 onwards, where NX is also added in Lerna. If you go to the JSON schema, they define various values, various options with which you want to define a particular schema and how you want the report to work. I'm not going much detail into this. Let's keep it simple. So here in my package JSON, if you look at this, it says Workspaces. And it says packages/start. That means any project available within the packages directory are considered as your individual projects. So here I have like 3 packages available. So there are 3 separate projects, you can consider them. Atoms is your Atoms library, which is pretty much a component library. So if you're going to components, I have various components like button, image, input. Typography is just a sugar-coated version of how your headers would be. And I'll be using this component, the atoms, within the other 2 packages. So there's app header, which is my second package. If I go into the package JSON of this folder, you observe that I'm taking atoms as my dependency. So this is how you can interlink your packages. And this package is pretty much just printing out header. We will see the view next. And the third one is a video library, just a video card, a list of videos representing a single page application. So what this would do is I'm using the header from the header package. So I'm importing both as my dependencies, atom as well as headers. And this has various routes. So if you're familiar with how React works, there's React routing system as well. I've been using that. So within, you have various routes to navigate. So let's go through that. Beyond that, you start the server. Okay, a small disclaimer here as to not to judge me for the styling bit. I wanted to focus on the functionalities here. What I just mentioned was these buttons or any components that you see are coming from the app atoms package. And this whole header is coming from the header package. And whatever you see in the main view is the app videos package. So if you observe, I do have a simple state maintained here for the user state. And as soon as I make a change to it, so I'll be logging things here. A very minor change happened. The login, sign in, sign out button changed the playlist and the logout. But if I click on the playlist, my main view gets updated with the user state info. So all these state management is happening with Redux toolkit. Why I want to focus this is I am storing the state within my header package, but that can be used within my other packages as well. So note that I ran my server on the app videos package, that's the main one. At this point, I would want to go into the app header and the main app.jsx. And I just make a small change here to the heading and just say CITYJS videos. I did a save and it automatically updated on my dev server running on the videos app. How is this happening? This is where the Lerna's powerfulness kicks in. So what exactly happens is if I go into the node modules and scroll down to see where my packages are, so there's these 3 are my packages, and you see a tiny arrow mark here. So that means to say that the Lerna is taking in the powerfulness of pushing in these links or syn links, so they'll be able to connect whatever packages are there within our repository. This was pretty much an intro towards Lerna. Now I would want to show you how you can add the advantages of NX here. So one of the main features that NX added into Lerna is the way you can cache your builds and tests, whatever you want to run. So I have a separate branch for it. And NX has also provided us a cloud technology available. So there's NX Cloud. So let me install that as well. What this would help us do is provide us a remote caching benefit along with distribution task execution. So you can run your builds in parallel as their independent packages. We will see that in the next video. So right now the cloud is being installed. This is not a necessary step. You can still go ahead with directly using NX with the local caching mechanism as well. So at this point, we observe that we had 3 packages, right? So I just do a yarn build on my root level. So at this point, Lerna looks into each of the packages that we have and builds one after the other based on the dependencies. So we have an app atoms built first, then we have an app header, and lastly we build the app videos because that's how they're dependent. But how does the system get to know what is happening is if you observe this nx.json. This is the one which gets added up when we add the NX caching mechanism into it. So you see that the task runner, it wants to use the NX cloud, you have the access token for the cloud, and here is where we are mentioning that we want to cache all the builds and the tests. And here we are defining as to within whenever we call the build for each of our packages, our output would be stored in the /list folder. So if I take an example of atoms, then this list folder is what is being exported and importing as dependencies in the other packages. And what this says is, you see this caret symbol here, right? It says the build for the current package has to depend on the successful build of whatever package it is depending upon. So my app videos would successfully build only when the other 2 packages are built successfully. So you observe here that the whole build, all the 3 packages together, 22.7 seconds, and you can see it on the cloud as well. So you have this fancy UI for understanding better. If I run the yarn build once again, I didn't do any change and I'm running it again. So this is the point where you see the caching fixing. So it says 3 read from the cache and there is no change in the output. So it reduced from 22 seconds to 3.14 seconds, 3.41 seconds. So this is the same thing how it happens for tests, and you can also decide as to what you want to cache. If you have some linting setup, you can do caching for that as well. So now, at this point, I just make a small change to my video card. That was this part. So the video card does not depend on anything else. It's not being added as a dependency in the lab. So if I go and just make a small change to my background color, this got changed. And at this point, if I go ahead and run a yarn build, what it makes sure is, here's where NX is being very intelligent and going through all the packages, figuring out that app videos is the only package which has changed, not the other 2. So it reads 2 from the cache, and only the app videos package is rebuilt because there's a change happening there. However, if I made a change to the button styles, which is like being used in both headers as well as app videos, right? So all the 3 would get rebuilt once again. So this is how you can improve your intelligently improve your build cycles, reduce your build cycle time drastically by not redundantly rebuilding packages which haven't been changed. So yeah, this will take those 22 seconds again because it's rebuilding the full thread. One last thing what I would want to show with NX is the powerfulness of NX graph. So So what this does is now I just have three packages available, right, which is simple to understand. So let's say your org has a lot of projects, a lot of packages within the same Monorepo. So this is how your devs could understand how they are interconnected. So you could see all of them at once as a network, or you could go ahead and individually choose what you want to understand, how are they being interrelatedly connected in details. That is pretty much, yeah, so that is pretty much the demo. Moving back. So now that you've understood how Monorepos work, you got a good introduction towards it. I felt this is also a good point where I talk about a few limitations of Monorepos before you get started with taking up. So since all the projects are stored in a single repo, of course you have a large amount of data available in it, and day in and day out there is a large amount of commits also happening in the same repository. And since there's a lot of actions happening in the same repo, the code reviews might be a little difficult to manage upon. So you and the person who is reviewing the code should be on the same page to make sense of what's happening there, because GitHub currently is limited in these settings. But one of the biggest pain point when talking about Monorepos is with respect to having a broken main branch. Since the main branch is the one which is like a root to which you're branching out your development branches within your work. If your main branch is broken, you have to make sure to fix that first. That becomes your highest priority, and only then you can actually go ahead with your dev work. Okay, so that was a lot, and I would like to summarize what we learned today. We spoke about what Monorepos are. We spoke about the different tools through which you can create a Monorepo. We looked into a code demo of how Lerna works, an introduction towards how you can create packages within that. We also referred to the advantages that NX provides within Lerna itself, the caching and the cloud. And lastly, we discussed about the pros and cons with respect to Monorepos. So this is the link to my GitHub. This is the link to my GitHub repo. You can refer to the same. Yes, that concludes my talk. Thank you.
image should be JPEG, PNG, GIF, or BMP, and the dimension must be between 50 to 50 or 10,000 into 10,000 pixels, and the file size must be less than 4 MB for free tier, since we are going to use the free tier today. And if you go for paid tier, the size can go up to maximum 50 MB. Then we have the next API, that is called Image Analysis API. It is used to determine the visual features from an image. It can determine whether an image contains a direct content, or you can find a specific brands, objects, or even find human faces. It can use to analyze image and provide insight about their visual features and characteristics in our images. The API can be used with facial recognition software. So face API is useful where you can use to check the to detect the faces in a particular image or in a stream, and you can use for identification, touchless access control, and face blurring for privacy also. The spatial analysis is a very interesting one. It is used to detect the motion of people in a video stream. So it can ingest a video stream from a video, for example, your CCTV footage, and then it will check how people are moving around in that particular image. So how it does is, it ingests a video that detects people in the video. Then after the people are detected, the system tracks the people as they move around in an area, and then generates where they generates the data based on the region they interact with. Finally, we are going to understand how we can utilize this in an Angular application. So today I'm going to create a full stack application. The backend will be on .NET, the frontend will be on Angular, and the prerequisites for this is to install a Visual Studio 2022 with ASP.NET and web development workloads. When you install Visual Studio, you will get an option to install multiple workloads, which one of them will be ASP.NET and web development, and also you have to create an Azure account. So Azure account you can create at azure.microsoft.com, and it is free for 1 month or something. And also we need to install one of the external package, that is the Microsoft Azure Computer Vision package. This package allows some APIs and classes which will help us to interact with our API data. So now the most important part, the demo. So we are developers, most time we spend on code, so let's go with the code. And yeah, we have, before that I'm going to show you something. So I hope my screen is visible. Okay, nice. So this is the JSON data which we receive as a response from our computer vision API. And the reason I am showing you this is because the data model which we are going to create in our application is going to mock this response. So here you can see that we have the language, and it is showing a language code, EN for English, HR, different languages like Chinese and other languages. So it will show you the language code. Then on the image, it will create multiple regions and it will give you data word-wise. So you can see the text and the bounding box, basically coordinates. So the bottommost right part is the 0, 0 section, and the whole image, the coordinates x and y axis will be created, and based on that we'll get this coordinate. And that is how you will get all the data here. However, the thing is, this data cannot be directly displayed on the UI because this data is coming in a word-by-word format. And if we upload an image which contains multiple lines or paragraphs, we want the user to see it as it is appearing on the image. And that is why we are going to write some custom logic where we are going to extract that particular format using this JSON data. So I will close this and I will go to my Visual Studio. I hope the font size is okay. Just know something like font size is good. You can see. Okay. But this is a bit lazy. But yeah, anyway. So we have some models created. So the thing is, how our application is going to work is we will be having a form on the UI. We are going to upload an image, which the image will have some text in that. When you click on a button, the text on the image will be extracted in a text box over there. And how we are going to work? How it is going to work is we are going to send the image data to our backend. The backend will make an API call to Azure. The Azure will return the data to my C#. I will do some custom logic because the data will come in the JSON format, which I just showed you. It is not easy to display, so we are going to customize, do some custom logic to show it in a display format in lines and paragraph, and then we send it back to the front end, and the front end will display the data. Okay, so first of all, we have to create a resource on Azure. So I am on the Azure portal. I will search for computer vision based on the internet speed. I got no response. Nice. So I will try once more. I also have a video recorded. If it does not work, then we will watch the video. But yeah, fine. Let's watch a movie. So here is Azure portal. I hope you can see this. Okay. So right. So here you can see that I am on Azure portal. This is a recorded video, not live. I am on Azure portal. I search for computer. Click on computer vision. It opens the computer vision details page. Here I will click on the create button. You can see there is a create button. I will click on that create button. Now it will open a form. So when we have to create a particular resource on Azure, we have to furnish some details. So here we are going to furnish some details. The first is a subscription name. I have provided a subscription name, Visual Studio Enterprise Service. Then will ask for a resource group. At this point of time, you can see that there is a small create new button at the bottom. So either you can use an existing resource group or you can create new using that link. I am using an existing one which I already have. Then you have to select a region. You can select any region of your choice. Ideally, you should select a region which is near to the location of your application so that the data communication can happen faster. Then you have to give a name. The name must be universally unique, which means nobody in the world should be using the same name for Azure Computer Vision API. So I am using this name. Then we have to select a pricing tier. So I am using this S1 pricing tier. There is a free tier also. However, I have already used that free tier. That's why I am not getting that. So the free tier name is S0. It is showing S1. Then we have to check some checkboxes by reading some terms and conditions, review and create, and then we have to click on the create button. Once you click on the create button on the top right corner, click on top right corner, it will give a notification saying that initializing deployment. So just wait for a minute. Even in video you have to wait because video is real time. So there is no fast forward. This is not a movie. And now deployment is in progress. So wait. Let the deployment happen. Everything is happening in slow motion. See this? Fast. So deployment is successful. After the deployment is successful, you will see a go to resource group button. This button. You have to click on this particular button and then you will be navigated to the page which will give you the list. So sometimes the data does not get displayed here. So you can click on the refresh button and you can see we have used the same name. The Smart App Demo. That particular name for our Azure Computer Vision resource is here. You have to click on that to open the details of that particular resource. And important thing is you have to, okay, so we have created the resource, but I want my application to talk to that resource. So for that, I need API keys. So that is where you go to that particular page, sorry, the resource details page, and here you can see there are two keys. Why we have two keys? That is important question. The first, so the reason is two keys is given so that there should not be any discontinuity. There are certain scenarios where your one of the key got compromised, which you are already using in your new system. So while you regenerate the key, it will take some time, and you don't want your system to be closed at that point of time. You can use the second key. So the second key is a kind of backup. So here we are going to use one of the key. There is a copy button given on the right side. You click on the copy button, the key gets copied, and at the same point, at the bottom you see endpoint. So you have to copy that endpoint also because it has to talk to your particular instance of computer vision. And this is the endpoint. You see, it says the name, a Smart App Demo. This is the name of my application. .communityservice.azure.com. So you have to copy these two values. Now, where to use these two values? I will show you in application. So here I have created a controller. So I am using a standard MVC architecture for the backend. Here I am using a controller, and here I have provided my subscription key and endpoint. Now, if you scroll down, there is my read text for stream function. In this function, I will be calling the computer vision client, and I will be passing my endpoint and subscription key to authenticate. This authenticate function is provided by default by the Azure Computer Vision package which we have installed, and then we will call this recognize print text in stream. So as I mentioned that I will upload the image on the UI. The image will be sent to backend in the form of data stream. That's why I am calling the function called recognize printed text in the stream. and it will send me the result in format of a JSON. Now I will call this function in my post call. This post call is a public function which will be called from the UI, and here this is the custom logic which I was talking about. So if you go through that, you can see that I am iterating over this reasons, and then I am iterating over the lines, then I am iterating over each word, and I am using a string builder to create the text. So after appending each word, I am appending a space, and then after appending one line, I am appending a new line. So that is how I will create the full paragraph. So whatever the data we are receiving from the image, the data will be displayed in the same format. And at the same time, I also have a get available languages function over here. Now let us understand the reason. So if you remember in the JSON, I showed you that the data is coming, the language is showing in a code like EN for English. And I also want to display the language of the UI, but I cannot display that EN or the code because all the users do not understand the code. So I need a way to map that code to the value. So there is another API which is available freely, that is called Microsoft Translator API. So Microsoft Translator API provides us with a list of all the key value pair for the language and their full name. And the languages supported by the Computer Vision API is a subset of the language supported by Microsoft Translator API. That's why I am using this API to get a list, basically a dictionary of key value pair of the language code and then the language value. So that is what I have done over here. I got the data and then I am creating a this dictionary over here, and then I am sending it to the UI. So here is my UI code, which is too much zoomed out. So here is my service. I have get available languages and get text from image. So get available language will return me that dictionary of key value pair of the language. Get text from image will pass the image data to the backend and will return me the text in the image. And then I have a component. Here is an HTML which contains the text area and the detected language, all those UI stuff. And here I have a form where I am uploading. So here is a input class. Here I am uploading the image, and then there is a button called get text. So when you click on the button, my service will be invoked. Service function get text from image will be invoked, and it will make a backend call. So I'm running the application to see this in runtime. Important thing is this also needs internet. So because we have to make an API call. So let's see if internet works or not. If internet works, we are good, life is good. If internet does not work, then we will again watch the movie, which I already have. So we'll wait for a moment. Okay, this error is coming in my local machine because of some HTTPS issues. So this is the application. This is a standard landing page. On the top right corner, you can see I have created a computer vision URL. When I click on this, I will be navigated to my application, the actual component which I have created. Here you can see that on the right side we have an option to choose the file. On the left side there is a text box, text area, which will give you the text and plus the detected language. So I will click on choose file. I will start with English. So I told you that we have to upload an image. Image must have a specific dimension and image must be of a specific format. So I will be showing demo of all those things. So I want to request to the person who is sharing internet with me, please come here. So this is there. Now when I click on this extract text, it will make an API call to backend. And see that API call works. So thank you for the internet. And you can see that whatever I have written on this image, the same thing is shown over here in the exact same format. It is important. The line, paragraphs, everything is maintained along with the text. You can see that some text are in capital, some text are small, everything is mentioned. So the backend is sending me data on per word basis. I have written a custom logic to create it in this particular paragraph format, and also I can see the detected language. Now, next, we'll go with French. I don't know what is this in French because I don't know French. I just googled an image and put it over there. I don't know that. So again, it is showing the data and it is showing a French language. So basically, it is extracting the data from the image and showing it, giving it to you in real time. Now, these are the positive scenarios. Let's take some negative scenarios. Okay, one more positive scenario. I talked about GIF. So you see that this is a motivational GIF. Be stronger than your excuse. So
So extract the text, and you can see the same text will be shown here along with the language. Internet person, your internet is slow. Okay, wait. We'll wait. Woo! Okay, let's run this again. I hope I think that there is an issue with the internet. I will try again. I hope be stronger than your excuse should be displayed on the left side. But the internet is slow. Internet person. And you see the language is also shown. So as I said that it supports almost 100 languages, and also I showed you the French text, a French text, and I said that I don't understand that French. So there is a Microsoft Translator API also, which will take the text in one particular language, it will translate the text to another particular language. So you can also extend this app one step further. So you can send that particular text, what we are extracting, to that particular API, and then also attach a translator, and then you can translate the text from one image to another in any other language. Then I will go with some this negative case scenario. So I told you that this tire. Okay, so SBI Bank is calling me for loan, which I don't want. This is a high resolution image, which is 9 MB, and I told you that only 4 MB maximum is allowed. So my app is restricting that, so I cannot upload it. Then if I try to upload a text file, again it will say that please upload a valid image file, which is obvious. And unfortunately, our favorite language is not supported. So since our favorite language is not supported, it will give you a relative message which says that this language is not supported and the detected language is unknown. This is a custom logic which I have written, because if the language is not supported, the API returns UNK, means unknown. So in that case, I have given this custom format that the solar text as language is not supported and detected text is unknown. Finally, the same thing happens if there is a text, there is an image with no text, because there is nothing. There the backend will return you the unknown. So it says the same thing. So that is all. And okay, so I think that is all for the demo. So I will explain it again how it works. So the data will be transferred into a stream. It will be sent to the backend in a form of in a stream. The backend will make an API call to my Azure service. Azure service will analyze the data in the stream, give me that image in form of a JSON, sorry, data in the form of JSON. On my backend, .NET backend will do some manipulation to create that JSON, data in a readable format in paragraph, and then send it back to my UI, and then the UI will display it in the format which I like to display. Finally, before I close the call, I will, sorry, not call, okay, I am still in office mode. Before I close the talk, I want all of you to open your cameras and scan this QR code. You will get all the things. This QR code. Slow, bhaiya, process slow. So this is the QR code. If you scan this, you will go to the GitHub repository. You can see all the things which we have discussed. The code base is available over there. I am not sharing slides because slides mostly talks. You can see the code base over there. You can create your own Azure API and you can try it. It will work perfectly fine. Thank you so much for joining me. आजकल अंकित भैया का जय श्री राम बहुत चल रहा है. चलिए
Amplify Studio is a new visual development environment in AWS Amplify that makes creating a full-stack web or mobile app, both a front-end UI and back-end, fast and easy. Instead of writing front-end component code from scratch, you can quickly choose from dozens of UI components for popular features. These UI components are also available within Figma, so your designer can create and customize them, and they can be imported into Studio as code. Use the Studio console to set up an app backend and connect your UI components to backend data in clicks. Studio offers a developer-friendly approach to low-code. It automatically translates visual changes into clean React code, letting you focus on the business logic and building a great app experience. Amplify Studio makes it easy to get started without cloud expertise and build full-stack apps that are built to scale following AWS best practices. Get to market faster and easier with Amplify Studio. Amplify Studio is a new visual development environment in AWS Amplify that makes creating a full-stack web or mobile app, both a front-end UI and backend, fast and easy. Instead of writing front-end component code from scratch, you can quickly choose from dozens of UI components for popular features. These UI components are also available within Figma, so your designer can create and customize them, and they can be imported into Studio as code. Use the Studio console to set up an app backend and connect your UI components to backend data in clicks. Studio offers a developer-friendly approach to low-code. It automatically translates visual changes into clean React code, letting you focus on the business logic and building a great app experience. Amplify Studio makes it easy to get started without cloud expertise and build full-stack apps that are built to scale following AWS best practices. Get to market faster and easier with Amplify Studio. Amplify Studio is a new visual development environment in AWS Amplify that makes creating a full-stack web or mobile app, both a front-end UI and back-end, fast and easy. Instead of writing front-end component code from scratch, you can quickly choose from dozens of UI components for popular features. These UI components are also available within Figma, so your designer can create and customize them, and they can be imported into Studio as code. Use the Studio console to set up an app backend and connect your UI components to backend data in clicks. Studio offers a developer-friendly approach to low-code. It automatically translates visual changes into clean React code, letting you focus on the business logic and building a great app experience. Amplify Studio makes it easy to get started without cloud expertise and build full-stack apps that are built to scale following AWS best practices. Get to market faster and easier with Amplify Studio.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who are...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this from
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this from
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this from
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
Now with some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot because this is what
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
Now with some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot because this is what
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
Now with some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot because this is what
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got one. Let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned lots from them. I also learned a lot of this from
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got one. Let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned lots from them. I also learned a lot of this from
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got one. Let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned lots from them. I also learned a lot of this from
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
Thank you. It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this from
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
Thank you. It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this from
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
Thank you. It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this from
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got a winner.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
Thank you. It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot from this.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
Thank you. It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot from this.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the the area control. So it's quite a complex system. So
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this from Aditi.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got winners, give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you I think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the area control. So it's quite a complex system. So
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this from Aditi.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got winners, give them a round of applause.
with some accent, but now most of you I think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the area control. So it's quite a complex system. So
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this from Aditi.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got winners, give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak.
C++, and it has a prototype based inheritance model which lets you inherit properties from your parent as well as its lexical environment, and also it allows you to do functional programming, and wherein your functions are the first class citizens. So everything happens inside JavaScript in a global execution context. As soon as your code is loaded, a global execution context is created, and wherein you have two components, a memory and a code component. And eventually, whenever a new function is called inside your code, a new execution context is created, and all of these are put inside a stack which is known as the call stack. Now the runtime environment consists of all these main components. Just to mention beforehand, the JavaScript engine also has a garbage collector, which is not present in this particular picture. So you have this JavaScript engine at the heart of your runtime environment, which basically has a memory heap, a call stack, which I mentioned just a minute before, and also the garbage collector. There is your script.js file, which is loaded after it is downloaded from the network. And then you have your web APIs like fetch and your navigation, Bluetooth, etc. And then you have your micro task and callback queue, wherein the return promises are returned from the call stack whenever a function is executed or a web API returns something, and they are put into the queue as per the priority. And then obviously you have your console, which we use to debug very oftenly. JavaScript engine in more detail, which we already talked about. Coming to the specific browser engines that are currently in the market, the V8 is the most prominent one used by Chrome, Node.js, and many others. Besides that, there is SpiderMonkey by Mozilla Firefox and JavaScript Core by Safari. The Chakra and Character
also there, but the Internet Explorer and Opera have also switched to V8 in the recent years. So the V8 is definitely the main one that we should focus on. So what essentially
to machine code, the high level code being source code, and these are the major steps that happen on the go. AST, which is the abstract syntax tree, then the interpretation, and then the compilation. So we'll definitely dive deeper into all of these in the later parts of the presentation. So all in all, the latest version of how your architecture of V8 engine looks is something like this. There is your JavaScript source code, which is the starting point. It is parsed and abstract syntax tree is created. And then eventually there is an ignition interpreter, which is followed by a turbofan compiler. And then finally it spits out optimized code. So we'll understand all of this in greater detail. But before that, let's dive into the evolution, because I like to focus on how things have come this far where they are now, because the JavaScript has been in for more than 30 years, and we as young developers should try to understand that how things have come along the way to what they are at present. So in 2008, the compiler pipeline used to be as simple as this. Besides those first three steps, which are common in all the pipelines, you just had a CodeGen compiler, which used to give a semi-optimized code after quickly going through your code at the compile time and using the type feedback for all the different functions and variables to just basically semi-optimize that particular source code for you. Then eventually in the 2010, there was two parts created to it. One was the baseline compiler and another was the optimizing compiler. Both were known as, one was full CodeGen and another was Craft. You can obviously learn more about them in greater detail as it would get complex, but just to clarify this picture of optimized, de-optimized part, your full CodeGen or the baseline compiler, which is now the ignition interpreter, these just create a semi-optimized code, and your crankshaft or the final optimizing compiler fully optimizes that based on the occurrence of the function in
Then again, there was another advancement to introduce another optimizing compiler based on the use case, which was known as turbofan. And in 2016, there were three streams created, and it had got a bit complex than was expected by the Google team. So eventually, after thorough discussion and consideration, they ended up at this final stage where they removed the baseline compiler and replaced it with the ignition interpreter to basically use the best of the both worlds, like the compilation and the interpretation. So ignition interpreter made this huge advancement to convert your source code first to this bytecode, which is now your source of truth. By that, what I mean is that you no longer need your JavaScript source code for the further part of the execution. So you can get rid of that from your memory. So that saves a lot in the memory heap. Now, similarly, getting to the WebAssembly pipeline, it is different from JavaScript, but there is just a little bit of difference that instead of the ignition interpreter, you have this lift-off compiler as the baseline compiler, and then eventually the turbofan takes care of the optimization. So if you see carefully in the function calls, if your same function is being called more than twice, it is considered as a hot function, and then during the execution, the turbofan takes control to get the type feedback and optimize it completely, so that whenever that fn function is being called again, so you quickly use that optimized code and need not go through that complete process again. So that saves up a lot of time. Now coming to the first part of the execution, it is parsing, which is
removing the unnecessary syntax from your code and just taking the relevant code and then converting it to the abstract syntax tree. So it is just like a sort of generic tree that you study in your data structures, and it has all the components divided into this sort of structure. So if you just take, for example, a simple code and run it on a website, which is this one, yes. benchmark to the fifth one, which is the megamorphic. So in that case, the JavaScript completely ignores the optimization for this particular function, and then after this, all the time you play with the shapes for the function calls. JavaScript never performs optimization, and you always have to go through this complete process from interpretation to compilation, which adds up to the execution time for your particular code. So this could significantly reduce if you can take care of this. Now coming to the last two, which are very cool. The first one is using for and loop for object iteration. So for iterating over objects, you could use any type of loops that you have studied, or you can use a keys method on object and other methods as well. But as for the micro benchmarking done by the Google team, using the for and loop for iteration is at least 3 times faster in the execution in comparison to the other iteration methods. So if you use this, so that definitely assists your engine better. And then lastly, you can keep the properties ordering constant. So for example, that if you are passing x and y here, so relate to that x and y in the same order that it was being passed earlier. So yeah, that is it. These are the 4, but these are not the only 4. You can go through a lot. There is a whole lot of range to focus on to better optimize your code in terms of assisting your engine. So there are definitely app performance optimization, and I guess we already have a talk on that today. But besides your particular app, there is something else that you can take care of while coding, and I suggest you all to understand all these code concepts in greater detail to have a better clarity of the complete language as a whole. So yeah, I would like to sum it up here. So thank you so much for coming. So yeah, I'm still a final year undergrad at Delhi Technological University, and I will be uploading my slides on GitHub at the start of the talk, so you can access the whole slide from there and basically search as per different slides, whatever you need to understand in greater detail. And yeah, see you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Anirudh. So, are you all back? Okay. Everything good? Okay. How many of you use Next.js at work or for projects? A lot of you. Okay. Wow. Everybody loves server-side React. I guess that's why to talk about data fetching techniques in Next.js, please welcome on the stage Tapas. Am I audible? Yeah. I can make this adjustment, no worries. Alright, so thank you everyone, and this is first time in Delhi for me, and it's awesome so far. So today's talk, as
it is shown on the screen is about data fetching technique in modern apps using Next.js. One thing is, like, I would like to request you to ignore the last part as much as possible. Try to keep it like Next.js agnostic, right? Then we'll see, like, why we're talking about Next.js as such. Before I get started, a few things about me is like, I have spent, I'm in the market for almost 2 decades now. Spent with several companies like Dell, Novell, Micro Focus, and then changed my hobby to passion about blogging, about teaching, and recently last March I kind of resigned and full-fledged doing this stuff. Currently a full-time educator and also starting something on my own, and hopefully by next year we'll be able to create few jobs in India. So that's my dream. Okay, to get started with the presentation, folks, what do you see in the screen except the laptop? Yes, blank screen. And of course, we're talking about data, so I thought of starting with blank screen to kind of emphasize the importance of data, right? So without data, it's merely a canvas without any painting, right? It's kind of blank screen. So once you get data, your app actually starts making a lot of sense to you, and you use the data in various formats to make it useful for your end user, right? That's why the data is pretty important. Apart from that, data also drives a lot of stuff, like data drives decision making. It drives user experience, yeah? This of course drives your customers and their interests. It drives fortune, it brings money, and of course it drives life. Because there are a lot of mission critical projects that people work and we also deal with. Yeah, it really touches our life. Okay, so when we talk about data, I want you to think at a very ground level, right? Where exactly, what are the places that it might exist? So obvious places like it might exist on your client side itself, right? If you have, a browser, your browser can have certain storage and you can actually have the data over there. Okay, no worries about that. Apart from that, it can be stored in a database, it can be stored in the file system, and then in these various things, the file system could be on cloud, and you basically make a request, get a response. These are all basic things, but it's good to recap so that once you start putting the dots together, it makes a lot of sense. Another way of thinking of it could be like, your database is probably in a physical server, and then you have a caching server in between. We talk about what caching server is. You make a request, it goes to your database, it retrieves, it comes back. Next time onwards, when you make the request, it basically takes from the cache, it doesn't go to your database again, right? So this phenomenon is kind of very well known and is very basic. You all know about it. Now, we spoke about data and the importance of data. Can somebody give me some kind of keyword, like when you talk about modern application, what does it mean? What does modern application mean? What are the terminologies come in your mind? You have to be quick, we lost a lot of time. Single page application. What else? Server side. Okay, you're getting too technical. I'll go like very basic. User experience, right? What you give to your customer, you say modern, right? So user experience, it should be performant. It should work well. It should be scalable. We know about. It should be reusable, right? It should be portable. It should be reusable. It should be maintainable. It should be highly available. It means that anytime, anywhere, any server is going down, your application is still available for your end user to serve, right? And it should follow certain principles and standards. And I like this part. The developer experience must be good, right? That's why. And with all respect to all low-level language like C, C++, I worked on all these things starting with, right? But the way that things evolve, the programming language, the libraries, the frameworks, everything evolve. It's like it's day by day giving you a better developer experience, isn't it? I mean, today you're working on Angular, Next.js, or whatever it is. You have a better developer experience. So if you're trying to build a modern app, this is also very key point. And again, not being very judgmental, there are varieties of options available today. You know all these logos. But my emphasis in today's talk will be a bit on Next.js. Okay? Okay, now we are getting started with data fetching finally. What does data fetching means? What does this terminology means? Is you have data somewhere, you're going to fetch it because you want to use it, as simple as that, right? Now there are varieties of techniques that evolved over the period of time. One of the technique that you've seen in one of the slides, that there is a client and there is a database and data store. You're making a request, you're getting a response. We usually call it like dynamic client render data. It means you have the data, and whenever client require the data, you just pull the data, make it work, boom, it is done. Nothing bad about it. But there are various different types. There are a few other types that we want to take that space. And I'm sure that most of you have used the technical result. How many of you know this term, SSG? Great. How about this one? How about this one? See, that's what I told you. We already used it. So what I'm going to do is like quickly recap each of this, right? Because we're talking about modern application and also talking about like where exactly each of this fit and how it's changed our life as a developer and the end user's life or the customer's life. So first one about dynamic client-side data. Simple stuff. You make a request. UI takes some time to load. The response comes. We get data. Simple, right? It can happen in the component level or it can happen in your page level. What is component? Anybody quickly? Component, a single unit that is supposed to do its job, right? And it is kind of reusable. So component level also in the page level. See, this again takes some time, response comes, and the data comes alive. Is this code familiar to you? Which part is more familiar? Right? That's how you do it, right? You maintain certain state in your component and then you have an effect. You run the effect, then you do some mutation, and then what happens is like the UI gets updated. How many of you use this? Have you used any SWL library? Anybody? In Next.js specifically? Yeah. So this is another way where you can actually do the dynamic client-side data. So this is probably our class 1, 2. This very basic level. The next one that we're going to talk about is static site generated data, right? So it's probably 2017 or 16. The word Jamstack became very popular. How many of you heard about Jamstack? Which company comes to your mind when we talk about Jamstack? Gatsby, yeah. Netlify, yeah. They made it really popular at that time, right? So what was the crux in Jamstack? It's like there are a lot of importance was given in the build time factor. We cannot make our customer wait when customer come on our site. On marketing side, the front page must load as soon as possible when customer hits the keyword, right? That's the objective. For that objective, what we used to do, basically, we had our data, code, content, data, code, content. I'm really not sure if each of those, graphics relates to it, but yeah. And then what we do is like, we build them. And what we do, we generate the pre-built markup, like everything is kind of in your build system, the output is there. Then you host it on a CDN, which is way faster than a physical server. And from there, it is served to your client. Okay, this is what used to happen in the static site generated data. But what was the problem with this? Any guesses? What problem you think? Deployment. One other problem would be is like you are heavily depending on your build. So the number of pages that increases, your build time also increases. So it means that your customer found a small typo and you have to again build the application, you have to deploy the application. And if you're not building it incrementally, if you're not building like, this page got updated, only I build this page and then deploy it, you're building entire application, think about it, you're 8 minutes delayed. By the time Twitter link is flooded with that time. Alright, so how do we do it in the Next.js context? You guys are Next.js developer, I saw many hands. We use something called get static props. People who are very familiar with Next.js, page routing and things like that, right? Used to have get static props. This is something that I really didn't understand. Basically, you have to understand a lot of method, you have to understand a lot of APIs to remember where to put your data so that it will be pre-built. Okay? But we are developers, we live with that. So this is how we get the SSG. Quickly to go for the incremental static regeneration, ISR. What exactly it is? This is a problem that we identified with SSG. Number of pages grows, build time grows, and you break things up. With ISR, the things are a little bit different. Now we are relying on caching, and we have a term called revalidation. Any idea what is revalidation is in terms of caching? Yes. So if you find stale, you do that stuff. So what happens is like same thing. You have server from you start from the cache. You have the cache, and from there you generate the page. Now what happens is like you can say that okay, revalidate after so much duration. It could be 60 seconds, it could be 1 hour, it could be 1 day. It's completely up to your business logic. And why we do that? It's because we don't want to really rely on the entire build cycle to give something in front of our customer. We want to revalidate after a certain period of time so that we can actually mark certain pages as stale and again regenerate that particular page alone, not the entire build system. Okay, so that is where ISR came into picture, and it was quite famous. It actually solved the problem that we have seen with the previous one, SSG. And how we used to do ISR in Next.js, if you guys remember, same method, but we can pass a revalidate flag, basically, revalidate option, right? It used to be very simple. Like it says that after 60 to 60, like 3600, it will go and it will do that kind of revalidation. Then come server-side rendered data, and that's where the confusion starts, basically, with SSR. So what happened again is a plain client-server model, but now we are saying, okay, fine. What we'll be doing, our server will be generating the markup. Server will be generating all the things, means a user request for a web page. So what will happen is basically web page will create all this markup, HTML and all this magic that is going to do, is then going to take some time, send the structure back to your client. Then what client does is it will generate the additional script, run a process called hydration, if you know, making the interactivity together, and your data comes alive, right? This is also SSR. Now, how we used to achieve SSR in Next.js? Again, you are relying on another Next.js given API, which is called get server-side props, right? Now, all these are great, but I find three major problems in that. One problem is like more code. I remember, and then another problem is the usability, another problem is the cost. Let me quickly explain. Why should I have to remember something which is very technical to a particular framework? Like, of course, you cannot imagine React without usability. I can understand that. But there should be a possibility that you should start imagining Next.js without get static props, get server-side props, things like that. It's too much of code, too much of thing to remember, right? And then UX. So a code like this, it's a very simple thing, right? You have a parent component, like you're able to see at the back, there's a parent component called course wrapper, and inside that you have course list and testimonial. Think about the case like the course wrapper component is making a server call, okay, and it's waiting on some data. So until the server call gets over, the course list and the testimonial never gets rendered on your UI, right? This is a problem. This is a basic problem in case of data fetching. And okay, I don't know why it's not working now. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Hopefully you have seen this. I really love this one in terms of especially things like React. Not much sure about Angular, but at least in React is like you tend to download a lot of stuff on your client's browser. You tend to download on your user browsers a lot of things, all your components, all the things from node modules, everything simply gets downloaded and you increase the cost over there, right? So now with all this data fetching technique, the inclusion of Next.js 13.4 app router, there is also something called React server component. Quickly to touch base that, another data fetching technique that actually kind of forces us to look into this pattern a little bit differently, because it takes away that complexity of remembering this API. It takes away the problem that we have seen in terms of like waterfall model, like until one component finishes this network fetching, another component is not rendering. Also the cost of downloading unnecessary client-side component on your customer's browser. Okay, so let's look into that, how it happens. So this is server component piece that we're going to explain. Again, similar, there is a client, there is a server. In the client side, there is a bunch of components. With the logo, you can understand we're talking about React components. And there is a server. So usually how it happens is like, the first React component will make a request, a network call over network to the server. It gets the response and then it will render itself, right? This is how it happens. But how React server components talks about it, like how about moving these components to the server itself? Why don't we move it to the server and make it like all over it to the server, so that when it has to fetch the data, it's basically fetching from a very co-location place so that it doesn't have to go through over the network. So when you make a request, all this fetching happens quite co-located way, and then finally a response comes back and your components get rendered, right? So instead of your client side making the call, fetching the data over the network, and you are downloading every piece of things on your browser, instead of that, now we moved the component itself at the server side so that it can interact with the server, it can interact with the thing very closely, and then finally, after everything done, it can send the entire representation back to the client. Right? This is what the server component talking. How many of you use PHP here ever in your life? Do you find similarity? You find that, right? With PHP, I know the social media started with this, so can't help. I accept that. I completely accept this fact, right? Something that we could have done. I mean, by we I mean React community could have done some time back. We are doing it eventually. It is happening and it is very performant. I will say it's very performant. Okay. Now quickly to talk about like how this data fetching thing happening in terms of this React server component. So in between now there is no network call. Your components are residing very close to your server. So it means that your users are fetching the data almost instantaneously and combining it with the HTML markup and sending back. And in between, if you have a cache layer, you are actually utilizing this cache layer. One thing to note over here on React server component, fetching data is heavily depends on the fetch web API of JavaScript. Most of you know fetch web API, and by default it cache everything. The default strategy is caching. Until unless your URL that you pass to the fetch changes, every data is cached, but you can actually manage and maintain that. Okay, a few code that I'm going to show quickly. How does this code look like with instead of that use effect, get server props and all these things? Does this code look more clean? Yeah. I just make a fetch call, get the data, and just pass it to my JSX part. My job is done. That's what React server components gives. Again, the PHP folks, we heard it. So this is what it happens. So one thing to notice over here that you would not have written your component as an async function in JavaScript before, but now you have to because your component is making a database call or some API call locally, right? So this is why this component is async. Okay, so quickly to touch base about this. This is basically the React tree, the tree that it forms, the virtual DOM and things like that. This is how it used to be. Like everything is like a component which is like a client-side component where your client will make the call over the server, over the network, fetch the thing and render itself by downloading everything. Now what you can do is basically you can mix the React server component and the client components together. As the server components are interacting with the data part of it and fetching the data, it is advisable that you use the server components more at the root level and the client components in the leaf level. Why? Because you will be able to fetch your data as much as possible and pass it down the leaf wherever possible, or you can even fetch the data wherever you require. You require the data to be fetched on a page, you can do. You can require the data to be fetched on a component, you can actually do directly. So React server components provide you that facility pretty well. Okay, there are a few more slides about the code. I'm not sure if it is visible, but what I'm trying to show over here, same code that we have seen before. Before what happened, I told is like React server component uses fetch API and by default everything is cached. So it means that this particular code, it is actually taking the current time in IST time zone and printing that on the web page. So what will happen that if I go to this app and keep refreshing the browser, you will keep seeing the same time because the time is cached unless I'm saying that don't cache anything. Now to tell this one that don't cache anything, you have to pass this header called cache no store. In that case, it don't cache. And going back to our previous thing where you have to revalidate, you can also pass the revalidate strategy as a header, of this one. So the code remains simply very slick, very simple, and you just play around with a very native thing like fetch web API, not do anything very hi-fi gimmick with a lot of APIs and things like that. Okay, now to recap, I'm towards the end. So, of course, the modern app needs modern thinking. A bit shameful to talk about it because it's not so modern thinking. PHP guys are using it already. SST, ISRs, SSR, CSR, all these things that I spoke about, but finally RST seems to be a good find until unless we find something else in the future. and then fetch data on the server as much as possible. You don't want to kind of fetch the data on the client side because you can actually avoid the network round trip. And then fetch data wherever it is required. So if you don't require data to be fetched on a component, but you are still passing the data that you have fetched to the root level and passing through, down through props, that's really not required now. Downstream a component needs the data, fetch it there, because you can make that component as a server component and it can interact with it. Okay, if the same data is to be repeated, use this caching strategy, and you can control the cache. We have seen like no store and revalidation strategy. And of course, take advantage of React suspense and streaming, which I didn't cover, but just wanted to take the term so that you can go back and start reading about it. And please design the data fetching ahead. This is very important. Like when you start with the web app, you basically sit down and see like on pen and paper like how the design of the application is going to be. We don't do that with the data fetching stuff, right? And what we do at the end of it is like so much performance problem, right? So please design the data fetching ahead. With that, thank you very much for having me here. Really appreciate it. If you have any questions, I'll be here. Thank you.
So big round of applause for Tapas, a very insightful and wonderful talk. So next we have talk on signals to a new of fine-grained reactivity in Angular by the Dhananjay. So please give a round of applause for Dhananjay, and I'm going to give you that.
Hey, hi, good afternoon everyone. Yeah, so how's your lunch? Awesome. Alright, can we start with giving a round of applause for the organizers? They have done really a good job. So let's give them a round of applause. And I know I'm here to talk about a topic, Angular Signal. How many of you are Angular developers? Only 2. So I feel that I will not do justice of your time if I go and teach you Angular signals. So here I provide you 2 choices. I see most of you are React and JavaScript developer. Choose one. You want to learn Angular signal or you want to learn other topic? Can we do this exercise please? 3 times. Thank you. Now, option 1 is Angular signal. When I say option 1, please raise your hand or just clap if you want to learn option 1. If you want to learn option 2, clap when I say option 2. So, clap for option 1. Alright, clap for option 2. Everyone has notepad next to you? I tell you one thing, doesn't matter how you know this topic, prototype and this, you are going to learn something new in next 15 to 20 minutes. So please keep your notepad open and please ask a question. Yes, in the back. Any question? No? Alright. Okay, so let's say that I'm taking the interview and I ask you, I have a function foo. And I write this, and I ask you that what would be the output of line number 5? What would be the output? Quickly, we don't have time, we have only 18 minutes left. Windows? Alright, yes. Yes sir, you. When I'm on the stage, talk to me, not to your partner, okay? Great, thank you so much. Yeah, tell me. What is the output of this line number 3? We don't know. Good. So you are my good audience. Anyone else? Alright, so in this world, if you try to answer what is output of line number 3, if I am taking an interview, I would know that you don't know JavaScript. In this world, no one can say what is the output of line number 3 because value of this inside a function does not depend on how you have created that function. It depends on how you are going to call that function. And since I have not shown you the code that how I am going to call function foo, no one in this world can say what would be the value of this inside function foo. Is that clear? Yes. So your learning number 1 is value of this does not depend on how you have created a function. Value of this depends on how you are going to call that function. Yes, sir, you. Yeah, class. What I just said? Yes, sir, you. Stand up. Not behind you. No, this guy. Yes. On what value? Value of this? Yeah, you are right. Yeah. What is the value of this? On what it depends? Very good. It does not depend on how it is created, right? And why this? Very good also. Thank you. Why this is important? Because in JavaScript, you can create a function in 4 ways. It's not that one. I see many trade on Twitter that what is your style of JavaScript function creation, this or that. No, you cannot choose a style. There is a specific purpose of that style. It's not your choice. So in JavaScript, you can create a function in 4 ways. We are not going to cover that now. But they are known as function declaration, function expression, arrow function, and function using function constructor. You can go and run in depth about that. We are not going to cover that. We can call a function also in 4 ways. And why JavaScript has given you option to call a function in 4 ways, only to determine value of this. And that this is that powerful. We think we know this, we don't know this. So no one can say what is the value of this right now. It depends on how we are going to call that function. That was your learning number 1. Learning number 2 is here. I go and call this function like this. And this is going to sound very funny. Line number 6. What I'm going to say, hear it up. I'll say that I'm calling function foo as a function. In Hindi, we call it virodhabhas. Means I'm contradicting myself. I'm going to call a function as a function only, right? But here when I call a function using that syntax, what you see in line number 6, is calling a function as a function, and there is a technical word for that, note it down. That is called function invocation pattern. So in JavaScript, when you call a function using as a function, that is called function invocation pattern. And my friend, in that case only, the value of this would be window or global object. Right now my JavaScript is running in Node.js, so there is no window. Am I making sense? So when you are executing your function as a function invocation pattern, go and read a book called The Good Parts JavaScript by father of JavaScript called Douglas Crockford. The first chapter, first page, he talks about these 4 invocation patterns. And first invocation pattern is function invocation pattern. In function invocation pattern, value of this is the global object. Since right now my code is running in Node.js, if I go and run this here, you see some object is there, right? If I take that code and run in browser, I'll get window object. So that's our learning number 2. Function invocation pattern, global object. Is that clear, everyone? Alright. Next, what I can do, I can take this guy from here, var a equal to foo. I can say var a equal to foo, and I can put a new before that. So when I put new before the function, that function becomes constructor. But there is a delta inside that. Remember I told you there are 4 ways a function can be created. Function statement, function expression, arrow function, and function using function constructor. Forget function using function constructor. That's not being used. Let's talk about these 3 ways. So when you create a function as an expression or you create a function as a declaration or statement, then only you can call a function using new. Then only you can call a function as a constructor. Why? Because arrow function does not have an internal property called prototype. So here when I call this function foo is not an arrow function. What I mean by that, And we are getting very deep into here. In my session, we go deep into JavaScript. ऊपर की बातें नहीं होती हैं. Until success and learning is cheap, everyone is successful. You can give a round of applause for that statement. Alright? So here understand that. The arrow function or is a normal function. I just take liberty of being in Delhi and speak a little bit Hindi. Oh, but people are online, sorry. I speak English as much as required. So anyway, so here you see that if I go and pick console, and here we are diverting a little bit from this. So if I go and say view.prototype, and I'm going to comment this line, and if I run this, please look at the output. You'll get an empty object. Okay? Can you see that empty object? So whenever you create a function in JavaScript, those functions, you create a function called function statement and function expression, JavaScript creates a prototype object of that function. And whenever you create an object from a function, that object is linked to this prototype object. So you might have heard this term that in JavaScript, an object is being created from a function. An object is not being created from a function. When you create an object out of a function, that object which you have created is linked to that prototype object of that function. So here you see that when I print in line number 6, function to.prototype, you're able to get that. If I convert the same to, so this is an arrow function, and when I run this right now, you see that you should get undefined. So arrow function does not have new. That's why arrow function does not have prototype. That's why arrow function cannot be used as a constructor. That was our running number 2, different than this. Let's go back to here. So when I call this function like this, I'm actually calling that function as a constructor, and that function always returns me newly created object, and value of this inside the function is that newly created object. So when you call a function using new, that function becomes constructor. Keep in mind, you cannot call all functions using new, right? You cannot call an arrow function using new. You just saw that. If you call an arrow function using new, you are going to get JavaScript complaints about that. So when you call a function using new, that function becomes constructor, and we call it constructor invocation pattern. When you call a function using new, we call it, no, I have 15 minutes left now. I'm looking at my watch. It's not 10 minutes left. Almost 12 minutes left. Okay? So when you call a function using new, that function becomes constructor, and that is called constructor invocation pattern. And in constructor invocation pattern, value of this is always newly created object. That is second invocation pattern, second way of calling function. Third way of calling function is that when your function is part of an object. So let's say that you have an object here, dog, and dog has a name, and dog has a function can run. Okay, so now when you call this function can run, that function is part of an object. And all we know from our programming skill that when a function is part of an object, we call that function as a method, right? So if I want to call this can run here, I can say dog.can run. And in that case, value of this inside is the object which you pass before that method. So what happens that when you have a function inside an object, that function is known as method, and you can call that function, that method, with an object before the dog. And you know that if you have another function, another object here, let's say var cat, and cat has name xyx and is 78. If you pass this cat here to call can run, JavaScript is going to complain about that because it does not know that cat has can run. So when you
call a function as a method, that's called method invocation pattern, and all value of this inside the method is the object in which that method is created. So I'm going to revise. First invocation pattern is called function invocation pattern. Value of this is the global object, which is Windows or Node.js object. Second invocation pattern is constructor invocation pattern. Value of this is newly created object. Always JavaScript is going to create a new object. There is one more thing I should say to you. You call a function as a constructor, regardless you are returning something from function or not. JavaScript returns that newly created object to you. In other invocation pattern, JavaScript returns undefined if you are not returning anything. In constructor invocation pattern, always that is newly created object being returned. So that's the reason for line number 18 here I don't return anything in line number from the function foo. I still get there that newly created object returned. So let's go here, and if you run this, you see that newly created object is being returned here. Now the catch so far is, in all these three invocation patterns, can anyone tell me what is the problem with all these three invocation patterns? Yes, Sadaj in the back. Yeah. What do you think is the problem in these three patterns? Function invocation pattern, global object, constructor invocation pattern, newly created object, method invocation pattern, the object in which that function is being method to. What is the problem with this approach? Anyone? You give me the answer, I'll send you an engineer hoodie. What is the problem with these three approaches? Yes. I do not hear that. So you are saying that this is given to you by JavaScript. Okay, so we are running out of time. Problem with these three approach is, as a developer, as an engineer, as a programmer, we are not deciding what is value of this. JavaScript is telling you that, hey, this is the value of this. You don't have control on that, right? Function invocation pattern is global object. Doesn't matter how many followers you have on Twitter. JavaScript is going to give you global object because of joke. Method invocation pattern, JavaScript is going to give you an object which is being part of. Constructor invocation pattern, JavaScript is going to return a newly created object. You don't have control. Now my manager is back. My manager is saying that, hey, in this foo, for this, can you pass cat as an object? I have a cat object there. Can you pass that? Yes, we can do that. And for that, we will call function in fourth way. That is called indirect invocation pattern. Function, method, constructor, indirect invocation pattern. And what I can do here, instead of new foo, I'll say foo dot, then you have ABC, apply, call, and bind. You can use one of them. We'll say foo dot call, and the object which you want to pass as a value of this. Here I'll say cat. You see cat has become value of this inside that. So in indirect invocation pattern, you can pass value of this. For indirect invocation pattern, you have three methods: A for apply, B for bind, and C for call. Bind is different purpose. It's not talked about. Apply and call have exactly the same purpose. Only difference between apply and call is that if this foo is taking two parameters A and B, then if you are using A for apply, A for array, you got to pass A and B as an array, second parameter. C for comma, C for call. If you are using call, then you got to pass A and B as comma separated value. So that is four invocation patterns. I'm going to summarize that. There are four ways of JavaScript function can be called. And I have 3 to 4 minutes left. Oh, sorry, not this slide. And please be with me and tell me whether you are able to understand correctly or not. So I give you this code. You should be able to answer this code without guessing and without getting JavaScript on your LinkedIn post that, hey, JavaScript is funny, giving me unexpected output. No, JavaScript is giving you expected output. You don't know JavaScript. It's as simple as that. On you have learned JavaScript from 3 YouTube videos. Go and read books. I'll tell you the book recommendation in the end of the slide. Okay? So these are things. This is my favorite quote. JavaScript is like a religion. People use it or misuse it the way they understand it. And then they blame it on JavaScript. My name is Dhananjay Kumar. I'm founder of a company called Week 97. We do training and consulting. I'm building a community called India, which is Angular specific community. And I'm a published author. That's okay. You can skip that slide. All right. So quickly, JavaScript determines the value of this on the way the function is called. This depends on how the function is called, does not depend on how it is created. In JavaScript, calling the function is known as invocation pattern. So fancy word is invocation pattern, non-fancy word is calling the function. Okay? So invocation pattern you have 4, now you are aware of. Function invocation, constructor invocation, method invocation, indirect invocation pattern. The 4 invocation pattern, there are 4 ways a function can be called and there are 4 ways value of this can be calculated. 4 possible values of this. You know function is invoked as a function, value of this is always global object. So this is, I'll share this slide with you, let's go fast. We are running constructor, function is called using new and value of this is the newly created object. Can you speak with me? Function invocation pattern, what is value of this? From the back. I guess the last row, you are here only for lunch? You are not at all listening. That's very disrespectful to speaker. You should go out and talk, man. This is just not done. And people like you can ask free tickets on Twitter day and night. And the person is knowing whom I'm talking to. Listen, function invocation pattern, global object. Constructor invocation pattern, newly created object. Method invocation pattern, object in which the method is part of. And indirect invocation pattern, you can pass the value of this manually. So thank you so much everyone. I'm around. God bless you. Oh, so there are 3 books I recommend. There's a book called You Don't Know JavaScript, you all know about that book. But that book is very deep if you are not able to learn from that book. There's a book called The JavaScript for Impatient Programmer. Very good book, trust me. One of the best books. इंडिया में अमेजन डॉट इन पे अवेलेबल नहीं है तो आपको .com से खरीदना पड़ेगा. 3,500 के अराउंड आएगा वो बुक. But one of the best books. Please go and check that book. And the good part JavaScript. Thank you.
Thank you, Dhananjay. So again, big round of applause for this talk. So next up we have Suprabha here. She's an engineer at Uber and she's going to talk about JavaScript optimization strategies for React applications. So big round of applause for Suprabha.
For coming here. We had an amazing talk on this context from you. So as we're going to talk on JavaScript itself in React, as we have quite good audience for React, so I'm going to talk, how we can optimize, how we can do the optimizations in React applications. So we'll go ahead with the roadmap for today. Awesome. So we will be going to talk about the first concept is why it's crucial in React and how we can do the optimized rendering. The third is finding out the right tools to actually see where the worker. Before moving ahead, I'll be gonna talk about myself. I'm Suprabha and I'm a friendly YouTuber. I also love to share favorite tips on my learning, or if I used to get stuck in some of the issues where I used to solve some problem which used to take a couple of days for me. I used to share it on Twitter or Instagram. Here is a handle where you can reach out to. It's Suprabha Supi. Now let's jump into the why optimization is crucial in React. The first thing is user experience. So let's say how many of us go to any site, try to find out any product, and if it takes load time, if it is taking more time to load the site, we easily used to get distracted and see our code, or maybe we try to find out that content into a different site. So here we actually losing our conversion rate definitely. So the first thing which I actually see that performance directly impacts the UX. So if our site or the project has very good performance, then definitely we have a couple of benefits there. The first is high conversion rate, second is SEO, and the third is cost savings. Now, what are the optimized methods you can come up with, when we talk about React? So I'm going to talk on two things. The first is very quite silly, everyone is, it's a React developer only, which is the key props. How many of used to add a key props? It's not only because it gives us a warning that hey, it's the React warning, so just add it, but we are not getting it why we actually have to add that, right? So here only which becomes it. So the first thing is when we add the key props, right? Whenever we used to render a list of the elements, or maybe a table, a table list. Then we used to add the key prop. There is a basic syntax for adding a unique key for that key. Now coming to the right topic, what do we actually need, right? So the first thing is very simple. We all know how React works. It's the virtual DOM concept and deconstellation. So we have to actually tell the React that hey, this line we are actually going to change or we are going to update. So React has to understand which line is going to be updated or deleted. So instead of rendering the whole list of elements, because list of elements can be multiple, it can be 5 or 500 also. So we have to make sure it should not get rendered the whole list of the elements instead of just render a single list of elements. Now coming to the second point, how we can actually avoid unnecessary redundancy. So anything which is coming to you very head, how we can optimize it, what are the concepts we can use in React? Any hands? Exactly, yeah, true. So memoizing or the catching the whole component itself, right? So I'm going to talk on the very quick example here. So we have a dynamic form of the elements here. So we will be calling this particular block, which is in a yellow, as a parent component, and the second, which is the input box, as a child component here. Now let's create a parent component first. This is our parent component where we have element value, which is a list of all dynamic content which we are getting it from either we are importing it from the JSON or we are getting it from the API. Now the second is on change, where whenever we update the input, then how the value is gonna comes into the picture. So these two are the values which we are actually expecting it from the parent component. So let's get that first. So here we have an element list. I have just added 3 of the element list for now for our use cases. Where we are setting it as the initial state as the element value, which we are going to show it. And second is our onChange method. And as you can see here, onChange method is how we are setting the values of any onChange. Whenever we actually type, it should display on the USS. Here is our child component. I'm just as you can see here, pre-rendering time. We are just making using a map.random to generate a random number so that we can understand how the rendering actually happens under the project. And this is just a common input type where I'm just changing the value according to by targeting the right value over here. Let's see the demo here for this. I'll put this visual. So as we can see here, whenever we are typing on the second block, the rendering time is getting changed to 3 blocks. And I have used here Reactivity. It will help us like understand where the particular props is getting changed and to investigate what are the fixes can be done here. As we can see here, I'll just go in the next. Yeah. So in this particular, I have changed our input. So it's quite obvious like what are the props has been changed. It is the value and on change. But what about the third, where I have not made any changes at all? There also you can see that the props has been changed as the on change, right? But we have not made any changes over there. So now why this, this block or the other parent or the components also which is getting re-rendered here. So in React, it's quite often like whenever our parent components re-render, our child also gets re-rendered. Then how do we fix it? As like our friend already answered, like it's memoizing. So definitely like we can do memoizing concept, like if it is a functional. But if it is a class-based component, then either we can use a should component, update lifecycle method, or pure component. But as we are using like the functional components, so let's go and use our memo. Now we have a hook called use memo also, but use memo as it only caches the values, not the full component. Hence we are using a memo here. So as you can see, we have just used a like React memo and wrapped our component inside like a memo here. And now this also is not going to solve our problem anyhow if we have added it. So I'll just go back to our slide once. So if we can see, this was our parent component where we have created an on change. Anyhow, when we have wrapped our child component as a memo, but whenever our parent re-renders, because we are actually updating our value of one element, in that case, your on-change method will be recreated again and again, right? Hence, like what we have seen in the last demo, it was actually on-change method which is getting created after every render, parent re-render. So somehow we have to cache our use on-change method also. So here we have used a hook called use callback to actually wrap our on-change method, which will help us to like whenever our parent element is changing, it should not get created again and again over here. So let's see the output when we have used the like memo and use callback function for on-change. So as you can see, we are updating the last one where we are not actually, these two are like quite same, and the rendering time is also remain same only, it's not getting updated. Also if we see here like in the render, it's not getting rendered. So this looks fine, right? Cool. Now let's move to like as we have seen these particular tools. So we'll talk about a little bit, like what are the tools which we can find to actually help us to investigate more into the problem. The first thing which we can see is the profiling tools and major initial load times. So for profiling tools, we already have seen the profiler tab from the React.js tools, and the second is our Chrome dev tools, which is our performance tab. And to measure the initial load time, we have like these three tools which we can use: Lighthouse, which is the GT metrics. I use Lighthouse, which is much more popular because it is in the like Chrome dev tools only. Now, whenever we talk about initial load times, what are the key areas which pops up into your head? Like, how we can actually optimize so that it should not impact. Any input? Okay, so as like time is also running, so I'll go ahead. So from my end, like I can see the two things. The one is file size, and another one if it has a lots of images onto that file, right? Then how do we actually optimize it? So to the image optimization, we have a couple of more approaches. Like let's say instead of rendering JPEG or PNG images, we can use WebP format also. Or instead of like serving the files, like the images files from the HTTP one, we can actually serve it from can do the lazy load image. I will again take an example here. So in this particular page, I will be just rendering 4 of the images. So let's play this out. So when I have loaded this, all the 4 of the images have been loaded at one time. Even though the 4 of the images is not visible onto the side, but I can see that all the 4 images have been loaded at once itself, right? And once we scroll also, this looks quite open because everything has been loaded at one time. But what if we are dealing with a lot of images? So, and instead of loading at once, why can't we load when the image is literally needed, and whenever it comes to the viewport, it should get loaded on that time. So there are 2 approaches. First is Reactivity plugin that can be used only with React, but we have an amazing web API called Intersection Observer, which will definitely gonna help us, to either it is any of the things where we talk about something crosses the viewport, and if we have to take an action or if we have to render something, that is amazing web API feature which has been released. So I'll be gonna take a help of the Intersection Observer only. As we are talking about performance optimization, it's like adding a new plugin definitely doesn't make any sense. So let's see, we'll be creating a component as a lazy load image here and creating a reference for that image. Now I'll be just using the intersection observer which expects a callback. I'll just skipping deep diving into the intersection observer, how does it work. But I'll just talk about what does whenever we create an instance of any intersection observer, how do we observe? So whenever we have created a instance observer here for the intersection observer this particular, so as you can see, this is the threshold. So threshold is nothing like we are just telling whenever that element where you wanted to observe, and if it comes into the viewport, when do you have to render that, when do you have to load that image or component or anything which comes over there. So threshold will be between 0 to 1 only. So if it is a 1, it is once it fully comes into your viewport, then it needs to get loaded and then the script comes into the picture. So now as we have created an observer here, so we will going to observe it here. In this particular, we have actually used the observer and observing the value, and the same difference we will be once the element or the images has been comes to the viewport, we will be unobserving that images later on. And here is a quick reference here. So once I have loaded, as we can see here, as I have loaded the page, only 2 of the images have been loaded initially, instead of loading all the images at once. Okay, yeah. So as soon as the third image is when I scroll down, right, and as soon as the third images comes into the picture viewport, it actually gets loaded here. And the same with the other the 4th images as well. So exactly. So when it comes, so this is how the 0 point the threshold works. So if we will be adding a threshold for 1, then it means whenever the whole images comes into the viewport, the whole top images, then only it is going to load that images over there. Otherwise it won't. So this was regarding the images. Now let's move to the code components. How we can, because as we can do a lazy loading for the images, we can use same for the component also. So let's say if there are components which we don't want at the first glance, what if we can load it later on once actually it's needed. So we can actually perform that too using our React suspense. So after React 17, it's definitely very easy to load the component as well. So this is a quite very basic syntax where we have to wrap our component into a lazy, and then we have to use our component inside the suspense. Suspense use the fallback so that until unless your component has not been loaded, we can actually show a fallback. Either we will create another component like a loading state or something which will be visible until unless it has not been loaded. Now, second thing is this is a search component which can be static, but let's say if we have a component which has a dynamic element, and that dynamic can take a couple of minutes, a minute also, to render a list of elements. What if we will be actually adding up component below the search component, which means actually we are blocking our search component also to get rendered initially. So to fix that, we can actually wrap that particular component inside another suspense and use it just below search component, which is not going to impact our search component like the first component is over here. We can also load other resources as well, either images, styles, or data fetching modules. And definitely last, like the code splitting. So how does the code splitting works, right? It's quite often like whenever we work on any of the projects, we used to load all the bundle files. So as we have discussed initially, like whenever we work on any project, it creates a bundle. But instead of rendering all the bundles at once, what if we create a bundle file for each and every pages or maybe like a component? Once we do that, this is the way like in the webpack.config.js file, we have to actually write a chunk file name, and the file name can be like your file name of the extension whichever you use to create a folder, and that chunk.js which will create a chunks file for all the other components, and whenever it is required, whenever it is coming into our page, we can actually load it. Last, our web workers. As everyone aware, right, how JavaScript works. It all works on the main thread. But what if we wanted to do some kind of a computational work, or let's say image processing, or maybe like we have to parse some big JSON files. Whenever we wanted to do those stuff, it is gonna like block our main thread itself. So instead of blocking our main thread, there is like web worker concept comes up. Where web worker will actually create a separate thread, and it doesn't actually interact with the main thread over there, and we can actually perform our those complex tasks over there into the separate thread instead of the main thread also. So these are like the few things which we can do definitely. But apart from this, like there are some limitations. Is we cannot directly access the DOM whenever we talk about web workers. So if we have any project or anything which is coming into our head where we want to make on web workers, we also have to make sure it should that particular work or the feature should not directly rely on the DOM nodes. Because how the web worker works, right? Whenever we actually send a message to web workers, once the job is done, it just gives us a response back as a message to a main thread to know like, hey, this work is done and this is the response and what the next step has to be taken. So these are the few limitations which we have. And the third is definitely debugging also can be challenging because it runs on a separate thread at all. So debugging will be like quite challenging over there when it comes to like web worker. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, Suprabha. So, is everyone up? Who is sleeping?
everyone knows what I work on. And I have been working on Temporal for over a year now, and today I'll be talking about it. It is actually one of the biggest changes in JavaScript in a really long time. So obviously, the first question, what is Temporal? Okay, so Temporal is a modern datetime API, which is actually kind of a better version of the current data API, and in the current scenario, all of us use some of the libraries like Moment.js to deal with datetime in JavaScript, right? But so that actually adds up a payload, like a lot of payload to our apps, and we don't want that. So Temporal is built in, and a few other features are it's strongly typed. So basically, you have for every type of data you have a separate type to represent it instead of one thing that represents everything. It's customizable and it's highly extensible, and also it supports internationalization. But why do we even need Temporal, right? That's the second question. Well, I'm not even going to try to sugarcoat it, but the data API is there. And also, I mean, I can confidently say for all of us JS developers around here that we are all very scared of the data API. So this list here is actually all of this list was actually taken from Maggie's blog, who's one of the developers of Moment and also one of the initial architects of Temporal. And she wrote a blog and she made this list. It was the problems that were identified with date very early, and this is everything that Temporal aims to solve. She has actually listed them in order of relative disgust. And some of these, like the unwieldy APIs, they can be solved. But some of them, like mutability, they cannot be solved without breaking the web, and we don't want that. So I mentioned strong typing earlier. So let's just dive into details of all the types that Temporal has. So these are all the types that Temporal has, and they're divided into two categories, okay? So there are exact time types and there are wall clock time types. What do I mean by each of these? So exact time types, which has the date time and the instant, these are the ones that have precision up to nanoseconds, okay? And the wall clock time types are the ones that's just how we talk about time in our day-to-day lives, okay? So that's like, okay, it's 12 p.m. So that's plain time. That's how we talk about it. Okay, so now we're just gonna go into details for each one of these. The first one is instant. So instant is basically an exact moment in time. It has it is just a representation in up to with nanosecond precision. Okay, so it has no time zone, no real-time variance, no calendar, no location. It's purely an ever-increasing number. It's basically a timestamp. Okay, and it is represented as 11 nanoseconds since midnight of UTC, Jan 1st 1930, which is the epoch time. It can be converted to other types though. Then we have this family of plain types, which has so plain types are basically just how we talk about time. Okay, so for example, if I'm saying, okay, we have the lunch break at 12, so I would be talking about plain time. If I just say, that my birthday is on 14th March, so that's me just using plain monthly. So these are all those types. But the question here is, so if I have a plain date time, which represents a simple date along with time, why do I need other types like plain date or plain time, which have less information, right? Why couldn't I just use the first one? That is because so we can accurately represent the data that we have. So for example, in the current date, what happens is if you want a date without the time, you would just use midnight on that date. But the thing is, due to DST, there are some cases where the midnight doesn't even happen at all. For example, there was this case in Brazil in November, so there was no midnight at all. So
but it also has a calendar and a time zone. So we have a month, we have a year, and all those things. And since it has a time zone, it also accounts for the DST changes and literally every other change that happens in the time zone. So that's zone date time. Now we have some of the other types, the duration, the time zone, and the calendar. So these are auxiliary types. These are used in things like, for example, the duration is used for addition and subtraction. Like if you want to add one type to a type, we would use duration. Like we would need to add one duration to one type. So that would, we need to use duration for that, okay? Or find the time elapsed between two types. And then we have time zone and calendar. You actually wouldn't need to use these directly, but they are implicitly used. But you could actually make your own custom calendars and time zones in Temporal. So you could have your own Martian calendar if you wanted. So this ends the types, and this has been a lot of theory until now. So let's just see some code. So this is a problem statement. We have to get a Unix timestamp in milliseconds. Now there's a reason why I chose this specific problem statement, okay? Because this is the number one top voted question on Stack Overflow for the current date API, and obviously we would like to do the same thing in Temporal. Okay, so let's find out the timestamp for the current time. So we haven't actually talked about how do we find the current time in Temporal until now. This is where the now namespace comes in. Okay. So basically, Temporal now namespace, it provides you a bunch of functions which allow you to convert the current time into any of the temporal types. So since we talked about timestamp, you have to find out the timestamp. We would need to use the instant because it's the exact time. And then since we need the current time, we would actually use the first one from the list. And then after this, we actually need to find out the milliseconds. So each temporal type has a bunch of these properties, right? But not every type has all the properties. Like we only have the ones that make sense for that particular type. So only zone date time has all these things because it has everything. But for example, for type of the calendar, we don't have it here. And combining all of that information, this is the line of code we get for getting a timestamp in milliseconds for the current time. Okay, this was an easy one. Let's just complicate things a little, and let's find out what is the date 1 month from today. Okay. So I mentioned arithmetic earlier, and that we use duration for that arithmetic. So duration actually provides 4 methods for this: add, subtract, since and until. So what add and subtract do is actually pretty obvious because it's like if you want to add a duration to a temporal type, you would use add. If you want to subtract, you would use subtract. And since and until are actually used to find the duration between two objects of the same temporal type. So that's duration arithmetic. So we know we need to use duration. And we talked about current date, so that would be temporal now. And since we only need the date, it would be plain date. Okay, so that part is pretty much clear. So how the add method works is you pass a property back to it, and it is automatically converted to a duration. So this line over here, it's how it represents how add takes the property back. And since we want to add 1 month, we just put it there. But where did the date come from? So, but before I get into details of where the date came from, I would like to give a bit context about calendars. So all of us here would be probably use Gregorian calendar, which is the most commonly used calendar in the world. But there are other calendars. We cannot ignore the fact that there are other calendars. And every calendar has its own rules, its own months. So the thing is, when we try to add months, we need to consider the calendar, because that would just, it would give us the wrong result if we just add to the wrong, like if we are using a different calendar and we add something for another calendar. I can show this an example of this. So for example, this is me not considering the calendar, and I've taken the calendar, Hebrew calendar. Okay, so I just took a plain date, and then I formatted it using Hebrew calendar, so we get the current date in Hebrew calendar. Then I added a month to it, which object is a plain date, and by default the calendar we have is the ISO calendar, which is the default machine calendar, but it's pretty much similar to the calendar we use. Like you could just convert between the two without doing any mental calculation. So we added to it, we added a month to it, but the result it gives is not exactly the date which would, not exactly the date which would be 1 month after in Hebrew calendar. It's actually 1 month and a day apart. So that's the wrong way. So what's the right way of doing it? So the right way of doing it would be to construct the temporal plain date by passing an appropriate calendar. So first we define a calendar object, and then we constructed a plain date using that calendar object, and then we added the months, which actually gives us the right result. So this is how we just add a month to the current date in temporal. Okay, so that's the code, but one of the most common questions that I get asked a lot about temporal is, when can we use temporal? So this is about that. So temporal is at stage 3 of the TC39 process. But let me give you a bit context on how the TC39 process works. So essentially there are 4 stages of every proposal that we introduce in JavaScript. The first stage is where the proposal is just an idea, there's nothing specific, we just have an idea and we decide if it's worth pursuing. The second stage of the TC39 process is where the idea is more concrete, it's more well defined, and we have a specification, like we know what would be there and what would be there in the proposal. So when we get the complete specification ready, then we move to stage 3. This is where the temporal is in. So in stage 3, actually there are no major changes, but since temporal is so huge, we have been in stage 3 for a while. But the good news is we are almost done with any of the new changes, and this is actually the first time in a while where we are not proposing any new changes. So temporal. So I'm hopeful, and it would be there by sometime next year. And the stage 4 would be basically when it's just merged into JavaScript. And you can actually take, so the browsers are currently implementing temporal. You could track their processes in the respective bug trackers, and also if you are not patient enough to wait until next year for temporal, you could use polyfills. We have a polyfill. I will actually share a QR link for the polyfill, and you could just try to use one of these polyfills in your project. And if you just want to fiddle around, try some of the code that I presented, then you could just check out a playground. So basically the temporal docs. When you open the browser console in those docs, you can use temporal there. You could just try out temporal stuff in there. So these are the QR codes to all the links that I mentioned. If you want, you could take a picture of it, or you could even, I'll upload the slides on my GitHub, so you could just check them there. And that's all. So thank you everyone. Thank you everyone for listening.
What's up, in-person audience? Can I get a hi? Kafi acha, very good. Can I get a hello? Hello. Little bit more loud. Hello. Wait for me and then reciprocate. All right. Hi everyone. Hello. Hi. Now here's the thing. Whatever I say, you need to repeat with that only. So hi everyone. Hi. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Hey everyone. Hey everyone. I don't find a word combination of all these three words, but Namaste India. Namaste. Can I get a Namaste? Namaste. Fantastic. मुझे लगा था लंच के बाद काफी डेट हो जाएगी, लेकिन तुम लोग अभी भी जगे हुए हो. Thanks to the speakers before me for keeping them alive, and I also try to contribute in the same way. Next time alive, at least till my talk, right? Cool. But we can get started. I would definitely love to thank each and every one of you here, because I know it's weekend. I know it was raining heavy in the morning, but you all took that decision of coming out of your comfort homes and spending a weekend here. So I appreciate that. So maybe we can have a round of applause for ourselves. Acha ho raha hai. Fantastic. Cool. Thanks everyone for joining. First, you can see the title here which says Headless CMS. Many of you all already came to the Suprabha booth to ask what CMS is or what Headless CMS does in general. So we're going to talk about it in this slide, in this talk of mine. I'm not going to take much of your time. It will be a very short talk and a quick one. So let's learn more about it. And of course, it says creating scalable and flexible web applications. So let's dig deeper. Of course, we already did that. So how many of you are from Delhi? When I say Delhi, very few hands. But when I say Delhi NCR, quite a lot of. And how many of you all are traveling apart from Delhi NCR? Woo! Quite a bunch of you. Nice, good stuff. Efforts. But yeah, let's jump in. Myself, Siddharth Dalwal. If you aren't aware who I am, I work as a developer community specialist at Storyblock, which means I look out for the community, any initiative around it. I run the program, Twitch initiatives, online community, online events, and stuffs around them. And on weekends, I try to spend my time on events like this, conferences, meetups, to talk and evangelize and advocate more about Storyblock and Headless CMS in general. So I'm happy to be here doing the same once again. Apart from my work life, I am a GitHub field expert for the India region. Those are senior campus experts. Currently, there are two from India, one being me and another Ujaswi Purana. We have been also contributing to Major League Hacking as their coach, which means I spend my other weekends when I'm not working with Storyblock to go to hackathons, help hackathon organizers, and run a better hacker experience overall. I've been running my own community, which is a hacker community, Hack This Fall. How many of you are aware of it? Quite some of friends, yeah. Good, fantastic. I'm speaker for today, so let's get started with that. Oh, surprise, surprise. You can win a special Storyblock winning just by tweeting a picture about our booth or maybe our talk right now. You can use these hashtags and you can tag Storyblock and CITYJS fun. But that's not it. You can even win a Agile.io subscription for a front-end web course, free of cost, which is worth of $200. So if you haven't enrolled it, you can. Feel free to scan this QR code. And let me add some surprise element here. In case you are scanning this, just show me on my booth and I might have a surprise swag for you. But enough of me speaking about this, let's get the subject going. So it is literally a Swiss Army knife of the web. Can I get a hand raise of people aware of what Swiss Army knife is? Woo! Okay, many of you all. Honestly, I didn't know what Swiss Army knife is, right? But when I was growing up, I came across this interesting tool. How many of you all watched Man vs. Wild? Mostly all of us, right? I also used to watch, but I used to shut my eyes, especially at the time of his meals, right? Because of course, I didn't like him eating those things or those creatures. But why am I talking about Swiss Army knife, but of the web here? Now, for all of those who didn't know what Swiss Army knife is, this is how it looks like. And now I'm sure everyone must be aware of what it is, right? Because we all have seen this. So as a child, in my childhood, I was very much fascinated about this interesting small tool. You know, it's just of this size, but it used to do a lot of interesting things. It used to I have the scissor, the knife, the screwdriver, the triggers, and so much more. And it's like such a small tool can do wonders and add a lot of functionality in a single place. That's where the headless CMS comes into the picture as well. So I would like to term headless CMS as Swiss Army knife but of the web. Now let's talk more about it. So how many of you all know what CMS is? Quick raise of hands. Quite some of you. So let me just summarize. CMS stands for Content Management System. That's a straight, simple answer to that. Now there are multiple kinds of CMSs out there, but we are going to focus on headless CMS. Now as the name goes, headless. It is obvious, right? But we might be thinking platforms like WordPress, are they headless CMS? I would say no. Those are traditional and monolithic CMS, whereas headless CMS is far more upgraded version of it. Now, if I just need to go with the definition which is in front of me, I would just read it as a headless CMS is a backend only content management system built from the ground up as a content repository that makes content accessible via a RESTful API or GraphQL API for the display on any device. But if I need to break it down, let's say we are having our own front end and back end, right? Now, with any other traditional monolithic CMS, both of them are like coupled. You cannot work independently. Whereas with headless CMS, the front end and the back end are decoupled, which means you can work on your back end independently of your front end. And there are various other interesting things as well, which makes headless CMS stands apart from everyone. So let's talk about the features of headless CMS. To start with, faster implementation and flexibility. Now, the things which we define internally or which we structure internally can be used and reused at multiple stages of our cycle while we are building a website, a web app, or anything else. And at the same time, it's quite flexible because it becomes easier to integrate it with anything, any other system which we are working with, or any other tech which we are working with. Next is future proof. Now, because we have things already designed, we have components already defined by ourselves, we can reuse it time to time. If we have a new project coming up, we want to which we have worked with in the past. So we don't need to find our code base again and again. We can just call it from the past work we have done and we can reuse it, and that makes it even more future proof. So let's say if you have new websites or new functionalities coming on top of the existing systems, you can definitely fetch it for your different portals. Next is omnichannel architecture. Now, many times it is a situation where we have a single content, but we are not aware of that the user, the end user, from what platform are they going to come and see our content on, right? So Storyblock or headless CMS in general helps us making that architecture really well, because let's say if I am making a website for my laptop screens, right? I have an image and a paragraph, but let's say there's someone joining from the mobile phone and they're not able to see the image. Now that image was the heart of that particular content, but because they're not able to see the content, they're not able to get my paragraph text there, right? So how would I know that what people can see? Headless CMS can help us with that. Cost effective, of course, because there are many things that we cut down throughout the process. We make it faster and flexible, and that helps us reduce a lot of tooling which comes in between and makes it super feasible, that we end up saving a lot on the budgeting side. Scalable. Now, many times it happens that there's a downtime, so no matter what's happening with your front end or back end, the other one will already be alive, and there will be no differences happening to the other part of the story. Speed and ease, of course. I think with the multiple points that have come forward this point, this is quite obvious that it becomes quite easy for us to maintain and run through the functionality of any components we are building with. And the last is software architecture. Now, you might have seen file folder structure, right? So how many of you all work with React? You might be aware of the component-based approach, right? So in Storyblock as well, or in Headless CMS, inside Storyblock, we follow the same approach. And even with this, you can have the nestable components. You can define your software architecture for particular website or web apps you are building, right? And at the same time, it helps us in SEO. And then there are more other benefits like security, availability, and many other things. And that's what brings me to Storyblock, which is again a headless CMS. Now you might be wondering, there are so many headless CMSs out there. What's the difference the Storyblock is bringing up? I would say try it yourself at first place. app.storyblock.com, that's the main website where you can try out. This is how it looks like. And the USP is the visual editor. You could actually see what's happening behind the scene, how your content is behaving. You have multiple functionalities, you can set workflow stages, you can collaborate with your team members, you can set preview links, and so much more. And it all just becomes better and better as soon as you start digging into the platform, into the CMS interface. Now, what to watch out for in a headless, these are all the features, but when you are trying to choose a CMS, what are the top things you need to consider so that you make the right decision? And the answer is quite straightforward here. You must be seeing 4 things here. First is visual editor. Because no matter what you're trying to build, if you're not able to understand how is that going to be experienced by your end user, I think that would be a hard effort, but what's the output of that? So a strong visual editor helps you understand that. Component approach, I think for all of those who are working with this approach already know how beneficial it is. I do not need to define it again and again. I can build my own components. I can define my own schemas, what is text, what is button, what is image, what is paragraph. I can reuse it multiple times. I can call any component anytime, just edit the content, and I'm good to go with that, right? Then omnichannel, about the platforms I talked about. I'm not sure what my end user is going to come up with. It can be any device, any dimension, right? So this allows me for doing that. And advanced technology. Okay, for all of those who didn't raise their hands in React, that's fine, because Storyblock helps you support with your front-end frameworks, be it React, Nuxt, Vue, Astro, Remix, Svelte, any other, Gatsby. You name the front-end frameworks and we can use Storyblock with that. And in case you find a front-end framework missing, please reach out to our GitHub repo. Open edition. We might have already a discussion. You can contribute there. If we do not, maybe we can start working on our technology together. So, okay, all of this is good. But is it for you? You might be thinking that whom is it for? Right? Answer is again quite simple. Storyblock works for everyone. Let's say all are developer here, right? You'll have many technologies that you might be working with. I've already talked about it. It has a great and huge technology support. And while I am saying that, we also have our own learning hub, which lists down all the tutorials, getting started guide, 5-minute templates, documentation, well documented everything. So you always get started from there. We have great support on our Discord channel where you can seek for guidance, you can recommend each and everything from a approach you're working on. Of course, like if there are any marketing agency or if there are any marketing in any kind of a company, they might need insights on the campaigns they run, analytics, and so much more. Even they can be part of it. Enterprises, even before enterprise, content editors. Now, for someone who is not aware of coding world at all, they do not, even they can use Storyblock in general. And enterprises, like of course, big companies, organizations, they really need to put their best content experience for their users. Some big things there have been using Storyblock are like Marco Polo, Adidas, and Netflix, and recently Tesla, who have shown their usage of Storyblock in some or the other way. So you might be thinking that can we have a demo? Of course we can. Considering the time I have right now, this is going to be just a lightning talk, but we are running demos on our booth, so you are more than welcome. And if you are joining the workshop day tomorrow, Chakit from my team Storyblock is gonna also do a great demo, so you can even join us there. And in case you have any questions, again, Storyblock booth is the place for you to reach out to us. And that was from my side. Thank you so much everyone for listening so patiently. You have been a great audience.
okay, thanks a lot for the talk. So being here right.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh. Yes, we've got a person. We got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
Now with some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system. So
it's really cool. Like I learned lots from them. I also learned a lot of this from
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person. We got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
Now with some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system. So
it's really cool. Like I learned lots from them. I also learned a lot of this from
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person. We got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
Now with some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system. So
it's really cool. Like I learned lots from them. I also learned a lot of this from
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got winners, give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this from
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got winners, give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this from
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got winners, give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this from
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system. So
it's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this from
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system. So
it's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this from
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system. So
it's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this from
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
Please make some noise for CITYJS for bringing everybody here. Great time.
some noise for yourselves for coming out and supporting the super dope community. All right, so what we're going to do is we have all the names of the people who actually filled out both forms, and we're going to spin the wheel, all right? But there is one more challenge, so the winner, we didn't tell you, but there's like one more challenge. And so here we go. Khalees is going to spin the wheel. And let everybody, you know, there you go. Congratulations to Nilom Latwal. Let's say that right, sorry. Are you here? Are you here? Come on up. Be excited. Hey. So, and just so you know, so this was the display one. You're actually getting a brand new one. We wouldn't do that to you. That would be terrible. All right. Now, the thing we didn't tell you is that now you have to beat Clarice in a game of tic-tac-toe. So have you been practicing? You've been no, wait, it's going to be fine. I'm sure you'll win. Okay, so what we're going to do is, so I'm going to unplug this. So let me start the game here. All right. What input should we do? So we're going to play this game right now, and now you may not know, Clarice is like a champion tic-tac-toe player. I don't know if you knew that, but let's see, will this show up? Nice. All right. So I'm sure a lot of you are familiar. We've been playing this all day. It's all right. So it's Clarice's turn, so she's going to start. So now what's happening is they both joined a conversation, and this is using our bondage APIs. It allows you to do real-time communication. Like we do audio, video, SMS, WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, any way you want to communicate with somebody, we help make that happen. So right now, you're in a conversation, and we're transmitting data between the two players, like the mode of like where they are on the player. So, it's your turn, go ahead. Now you see how quickly that was? That's just like real time. We also have the ability to, if they weren't in the same room, we could do audio chats. So they could be across the planet and they'd still be able to play a game of tic-tac-toe with each other. Oh, it's getting good. Okay, now what we're gonna do? Oh, okay. Thank you all very much, and again, enjoy the rest of the hospital.
Very exciting, the giveaway. I did not win. I could have won the tic-tac-toe. But, okay, how many of you like machine learning? or excited about the prospects? A lot of you, okay. Wow. But you're also JavaScript fans. So it feels kind of sad that the ML field can be skewed away from JavaScript a lot of the times. Well, fret not, because my friend Shivai is going to help you learn about WebML, okay, let's see. How's this? Yeah, well, it's all about machine learning in JavaScript. I suppose also on the front end, maybe with WebGPU. We'll see. Are we ready? Yeah. Almost. Oh. A big round of applause for Shivai. Very much.
I'm Shivai, I'm a TensorJS Tech and Working Group Lead from India, and also a Tensor User Group Durk Lead, and I work at Research as a Developer Relations Engineer. Now, of course, a lot of us might have already seen a lot of these different icons, right? Of course, ChatGPT, Midjourney, all of us have been hearing these terms for the past 7 to 8 months, and ever since ChatGPT was launched back in December of last year. So a lot of, like, how many of you have not heard about ChatGPT at this point in time? Then I'll say that we have been living under a rock, right? And the point is that as JavaScript developers, of course, we are at a JavaScript conference. Usually machine learning is always attributed to be something for which we'll need to learn Python or R or some of those other scientific conventional languages. But as a JavaScript developer, can we integrate machine learning? So does that mean that will we have to learn all the mathematical concepts that are required for machine learning algorithms, or would we need to learn an entire technology stack like Python to be able to interface that with JavaScript? Well, until a few years back, that was the case, that let's say if you wanted to integrate a machine learning model, you typically have your machine learning model written in Python, deploy it with the help of a framework like Django or Flask, and then interface it with your front-end application. But now it's no longer required, and we'll be seeing how that's done. Of course, another thing that is a statistic that's been proven is that JavaScript by default is the most popular programming language loved by developers. More and more companies like Stack Overflow or other surveys always rank JavaScript as the #1 default programming language. And there's a big reason for that, right? That JavaScript is truly inspirational. It can run across so many different types of devices. Typically, it's of course run on the browser, but you can run it on Node, you can run it on servers, on your desktops with Electron, even on such like a very small Raspberry device like microprocessors as well, with IoT-based enabled devices as well. So, given the fact that that JavaScript is so versatile, and if you are able to interface machine learning with JavaScript, you're truly unlocking the potential of machine learning reaching on all the different type of development platforms that you can think of. Because JavaScript can run wherever you want it to run. And of course, given the fact that today we are living in a world of generative AI, right? A lot of us are using these generative AI tools on a daily basis, and this is a survey that is conducted by Olivia Moore, who kind of lists the top 50 web AI products. So these are web applications that have some or the other machine learning capability that a lot of us have interacted with. Of course, at the top of the list is ChatGPT, which runs on a lot of the different large language models that have been created at OpenAI, right? And of course, a lot of people are building these web applications with the help of OpenAI-based JavaScript APIs. These just provide you a single API endpoint that leverages one of these machine learning models. And you as a JavaScript developer don't have to worry at all. You don't need to know about these machine learning models that are running behind the scenes. It's as simple as just using a specific endpoint. Let's say you want to create a website like Midjourney. You could use the DALL-E API that is provided by OpenAI and just have an interface where you give it a prompt, it will render the output for you and it will show you the result. And a lot of these different web AI products are utilizing a lot of these APIs from Replicate, OpenAI, or they're having their own custom large language models. But you know what? One big problem, or I'll not call it a problem, but one big point is that all of these particular web AI products that you just saw are essentially taking some prompt from you on the browser and then making a call on a server, where a lot of these very large models are actually running. Because technically it's not possible to run them very efficiently on the browser, so you have to make a call to a dedicated server where you're running these models and you're making a call. Now, while it works well, a lot of companies might not be very comfortable with this entire proposition. So, is it possible that as JavaScript developers, can you run your entire end-to-end machine learning inference directly inside of the browser? Now, there will be a lot of different benefits that we'll explore, which allow you to do that, and why JavaScript within the web browser and machine learning within the web browser is becoming such a big thing. And the answer is yes, you can. You can shift your entire machine learning pipeline, whether it's training or the biggest use case, which is inference, directly inside of the browser. And for that, we have a plethora of open source tooling available for us. One of the most popular machine learning libraries for JavaScript is TensorFlow.js, which kind of had its humble beginning as deeplearning.js back in 2018, is the #1 machine learning library for JavaScript, and we'll be exploring that a lot more today. But there are a number of different other machine learning libraries that have come up, including Transformers.js, Hugging Face, LangChain, MediaPipe, Onyx. These are all the different type of machine learning libraries and toolings that you can use as JavaScript developers. Now, of course, the biggest point of difference is that when you are using something like the OpenAI-based APIs, these are dedicated models or large language models that are used by these companies, and they may or may not be open source. But these toolings are open source. You can use them on your own and host them wherever you want. So, if you talk about the TensorFlow.js project itself, right? Over the past 3 to 4 years, it has really skyrocketed in terms of adoption. So this is a metric from 2023 itself, and you can see that on NPM downloads, there are more than 250,000 downloads in a matter of a few months in just this year alone. So you can see that how exponentially, the growth of these libraries is going, and I'll be exploring some of the use cases why that is the case, why people are really understanding the usage of these particular machine learning models and these libraries for building machine learning based use cases. Which today, of course, give it or take that you are going to be exploring, or you are going to be interacting with machine learning in some or the other way in a web application. So if you were anti-machine learning, you will have to become pro-machine learning sometime or the other. Like now is the time. And that's why, as I already mentioned, that TensorFlow.js is a very popular open source machine learning library that is based on the core TensorFlow library that is open sourced by Google. Now, what it allows you to do is you can basically run machine learning models directly in the browser or on the client side, and there are a lot of different benefits that you get with that approach, primarily because you're not having a dedicated server, so you are having lower latency because any API call that you're making or the call that you're making to the machine learning model is happening inside the browser itself, and you are also having higher privacy because you're actually not sending any API request to a remote server, which could be interfaced by one of hackers. Everything is happening on device, because a lot of you might have heard about like on device machine learning or on device. So this is what is, enables you to run on-device machine learning with the help of TensorFlow.js. And you can also actually run TensorFlow.js with Node if you want to run it on a dedicated server for a lot of the larger models which might not be possible to run in the browser. So you get interfacing for both browser as well as server-side machine learning with JavaScript with the help of TensorFlow.js. And again, the basic concept is that you write one such model and you can run it across any platform of choice where JavaScript is supported. So you could run that TensorFlow.js model anywhere that you want to, right? Now, there are primarily three different ways in which you will interface with any machine learning model that you write in JavaScript. Now, the biggest point is that with the help of TensorFlow.js, what it essentially means is that you don't have to write machine learning models anymore in Python. In fact, there are three different ways in which you interact with TensorFlow.js in JavaScript. The first one is run existing models. So these are essentially pre-trained models that have been written, let's say, in Python, and then you can convert them directly into JavaScript with some tooling that is available from the TensorFlow.js project itself. And then the idea is that you don't need to have any sort of knowledge at all about machine learning. It's a simple import, whether you are having a CDN where one of these models is already there. So you just load in your CDN script and you have a couple of functions, probably .predict and return the results, where you give it an input, it will return the predictions and you just output them. So you don't need to know what's happening inside of these machine learning models. You don't have to build them from scratch. These are pre-built for you, right to use, and you can basically build a machine learning application in less than 10 minutes. That's how quick you can do. Other types of ways in which you can interact is one popular technique is called as transfer learning, which is using an existing model but retraining it over your own dataset to make it more optimized. So there are some approaches within TensorFlow.js that allow you to do that. And final one is that you can actually write machine learning models directly in JavaScript. So let's say if you are a machine learning aficionado and you want to write some custom machine learning logic yourself, instead of writing it all together in Python, you could technically just write it in JavaScript and use it out of the box. Now here are some examples that I would like to kind of showcase. So these are some of the examples for the pre-trained models that you can use. You can have pre-trained models for vision, for text, for audio, like you can explore them on tensorflowjs.org/models. Now here are some examples. One of the most famous ones is CocoSSD model, which is a very popular machine learning model, and it has been interfaced again, converted from its Python model into a TensorFlow.js model. Then you have some additional ones, for example, face mesh, which is able to find more than 400 plus facial points on your entire face. And L'Oreal actually uses it in their application for creating AR-based lipstick filters. Then you can actually create some really fun projects as well. So of course we know that how versatile language JavaScript really is. So here's an example where we created like a teleportation by using WebRTC, which is used for real-time communication on the web, A-Frame for augmented reality, and by using all of this, this particular user created a 3D teleportation of himself, all with the help of JavaScript, all within the browser itself. And of course, here's just like one simple example. So in the top, you will see the first two lines. These are the CDN scripts that I talked about. These are which are importing the core TensorFlow.js library, and also one of the AutoML models that is being utilized in this particular script. Then of course, we just have less than 5 lines. First, you can go a lot more complex, but of course, because of time limitations, we'll be exploring some of the easier stuff. And of course, if you're wondering that, hey, like, what is the use case for TensorFlow.js? Is it production ready? So the answer is yes. A lot of startups, a lot of big companies are using machine learning models on the browser. Here's one example: Include Health, which uses a lot of the different body segmentation models to be able to do things like count the number of reps you're taking. Another example is Adobe Photoshop, which uses TensorFlow.js in the browser to be able to detect objects. You have LinkedIn, which uses TensorFlow.js on the node. Now, the pure building blocks of machine learning on the web is essentially that, of course, we have the Chrome browser. You have these machine learning models that can do inference in the browser, so you might be wondering that the browser does not seem to have a lot of compute. So, of course, this is where technologies like WebAssembly, WebGPU, and WebGL allow you to basically interface your browser APIs directly with your system hardware. So, whether you have a CPU or a GPU, you can leverage your system hardware directly to give more compute power to your browser to be able to run some of these machine learning models and do the inference faster. So you could use your CPU or your GPU as well to be able to render some of these models faster. And then, of course, some of the biggest superpowers that you get with the client side, of course, we have already explored that. The biggest one is you get the privacy, you get low latency because you're not using a dedicated environment or a dedicated server. Everything that happens is directly in the browser. So all inference is locally in your browser and not going anywhere. Here's an example of how you can use a TensorFlow.js with Node. So you just have to simply use the npm module. It allows you to do either with Node GPU, core Node, or even directly with the CPU. And here are some examples where you will see that even TensorFlow.js running in Node.js is actually faster than running it in Python because of the just-in-time compilation that you get with Node. So here are some examples of benefits that you get. So of course, typically you will use it for much of the larger models that that might not be able to be run in the browser itself. So these are some of the examples. Now, if you want to get kind of started with learning about TensorFlow.js, if you are willing to make your own machine learning models based in JavaScript and you don't want to pay for APIs like Replicate or OpenAI, you can go through this particular course on YouTube. It's available for free, which is the 0 to Hero TensorFlow.js course. And of course, if you don't want to use TensorFlow.js, there are a number of other different open source libraries that I spoke about, including Transformers.js. There are some browser-specific APIs that directly allow you to do that with the help of WebNN, right? And of course, these are some of the resources that you can take a look to get started with TensorFlow.js. And the biggest point is that JavaScript is a very fun community, right? JavaScript has a very fun community. So you can also join the fun by following the hashtag WebML. Now, last time in one of the previous conferences, just three months back, I said that let the WebML era begin. And WebML means that anything related to web where you are using machine learning. But given the fact that so much has happened in the past just 3 months, I would like to rephrase this and not declare WebML era begin. But what I'll say is let's witness the WebML era grow exponentially. And before I conclude, I just have a very small demo. I'll not take a lot of time. This is probably another 1 or 2 minutes. So here is one example where I have basically created a virtual background. Right? A lot of you might have used virtual backgrounds with Google Meet. So in fact, like Google Meet itself uses WebML. It uses MediaPipe, which I'm going to be showing you right now, to be able to get those virtual backgrounds. So here's one example. Again, I'll kind of skip through a lot of these different things about this code, but this is just a simple HTML where we have used the CDN for MediaPipe. So I explored TensorFlow.js. Here's another example of MediaPipe, which uses a selfie segmentation model. This selfie segmentation model, what it allows you to do is, it will uniquely identify the human bodies in an entire canvas. And you can uniquely identify human bodies, multiple human bodies. So essentially, because you have localized your human body, you could just replace whatever background is there in the canvas. And that is what I'm essentially doing in my Index.js, where I'm getting the element by ID for my canvas. I'm capturing the frame that I'm getting from my webcam, and then simply just by using these many lines of code, right? This is my only machine learning code where I'm calling the selfie segmentation model, I'm rendering it, I'm waiting for it to load, and then I'm simply just taking that canvas input that I'm getting from my model, from my canvas input, from my webcam, and I'm just using the .on results that will be able to specifically get that selfie segmentation for the human body that it detects. And then what I'm doing is I'm simply then replacing the canvas image with a custom background that I'm using. So I'll go live and I'll quickly show you what is the result. So over here it will just wait for a few seconds for the model to load. I was just using a custom CITYJS background and I can download this canvas. If you want to use this yourself and share it with everyone, the URL that you can go to is shivarama.me/CityJS. So you could create your own as well. So let me just quickly go to this particular link. So this is the link if you want to try it out. It's already deployed. It's on GitHub as well. But yeah, I think with that we'll probably conclude. If you have any questions, I'll be around. But I hope that this gives you enough context into how powerful machine learning in the browser is. So you don't need to be scared that you need to learn machine learning, you need to learn mathematics, you need to learn Python. WebML is there for everyone. So if you are a JavaScript developer, you can either use OpenAI, such kind of APIs, or you can also, of course, have your own custom machine learning models written in JavaScript and being more powerful even than Python. That's the power of machine learning with JavaScript. So if you have any questions, I'll be around, and thank you so much.
Amplify Studio is a new visual development environment in AWS Amplify that makes creating a full-stack web or mobile app, both a front-end UI and back-end, fast and easy. Instead of writing front-end component code from scratch, you can quickly choose from dozens of UI components for popular features. These UI components are also available within Figma, so your designer can create and customize them, and they can be imported into Studio as code. Use the Studio console to set up an app backend and connect your UI components to backend data in clicks. Studio offers a developer-friendly approach to low-code. It automatically translates visual changes into clean React code, letting you focus on the business logic and building a great app experience. Amplify Studio makes it easy to get started without cloud expertise and build full-stack apps that are built to scale following AWS best practices. Get to market faster and easier with Amplify Studio. Amplify Studio is a new visual development environment.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got a winner, let's give him a round of applause.
Now with some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system. So
it's really cool. Like I learned lots from them. I also learned a lot of things from
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
Now with some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Tapas system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system. So
it's really cool. Like I learned lots from them. I also learned a lot of things from
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next
how can we reduce the loading times? So I'm going to talk about that. So as a front-end developer, it's very crucial to us to basically give best user experience to the end user. And it's our main goal to optimize the content delivery and load the websites. And at Tata Energy also, we always focus on making this experience of a user smooth and fast. So today I'm going to talk about how at 1mg we enhanced user experience of the end user by reducing the navigation time between the pages by implementing a technique called predictive prefetching. So before diving in, I want to talk about what actually prefetching is. So prefetching is a technique or I can say browser functionality by which you can test the resources in the background when your main page finish loading. So to understand in the depth, let's say you have added you have added prefetching to a website or your HTML doc, you have added some prefetch links. So how it's going to work? So first, when you go to the website, the browser will load, browser will execute, the DOM will pass, the JavaScript will pass and everything. And then when the browser finishes loading the main page, it's going to determine the resources of prefetch links from your page, and then it's going to prevent those resources in the background. So nothing will load on your main thread. Everything is going to work on your background processes like worker threads or service workers. And after browser finish loading, it will download the chunks and keep it in the browser cache. It will keep it in browser cache for some time, after which they are either cleared, or if user navigate to that particular page where it's required, browser will serve it from the prefetch cache, and your app is going to be snappy or fast. But there are some challenges using this technique if we are prefetching all the links. So let's say we have a very huge application or not application, huge page. So let's take an example of 1mg's home page. It's a huge page. You can keep scrolling till the end. There's infinite loading. So it's not good if you are prefetching all the chunks, right? All the links basically, because user can go to like one page. User can navigate to one page, not all the pages. So it's not good, not optimal. But how can we find to which page user is going or user is going to go? So we have to predict that part. So how can we do that? We can use the technique, obviously the predictive prefetching. So, but first I want to tell you something about like how we started working on this thing. So the other day in our engineering team, we were discussing about how we can reduce the navigation time of between the pages in our 1mg application. So this conversation happened between two devs, Mr. Ankit and Mr. Saurabh. So Mr. Ankit said that we need to have smaller JS bundles so that we can increase our homepage loading time. We can load it instantaneously, and then obviously we can make the user experience faster. But Mr. Saurabh said that I don't want to show loaders to the users when they navigate to different pages. That means we need to load the app at once. But if we load the app at once, it's going to hamper the current user experience on the initial load. It's going to increase the initial loading time. But we don't want that either. We want the initial loading time to be fast, but we also want the navigation between the pages to fast. So how can we achieve that? So what's the solution? Do you guys have any idea? What can we do? Yeah, server-side rendering is also one thing, but you still need to download JavaScript when you basically navigate to other page. So you are going to render the page, but it's not going to be interactive until you download the JavaScript. So our basic idea was to like download the JavaScript as fast as we can, or obviously prefetch it and store it in cache. So how we did it? As you guys know, AI is buzzword these days. We are hearing about ChatGPT and all. Our last talk also was about AI. So we also thought let's use AI to solve this problem. But how can we do that? Let's find out. So introducing to all of you a technique called predictive prefetching, using which we will try to make Mr. Ankur and Mr. Saurabh happy. But we have to wait till the end how if we achieve that or not. So basically, let's see first how predictive prefetching is going to work. So first, we are going to gather the user journey data, like patterns where users are going, from which page user is navigating to which page. We are going to gather all that data and store it in our database. And then after this, we are going to send that data, basically pass it to our AI and ML model. We are going to train this model with that data, which is going to accept all these journey reports, and it's going to generate a response, basically where I am passing it a path, and against that path it's going to return me the possible paths where I can go. So I will be fetching those paths from this AI and ML model, and I'll pass it down to my prefetching layer, where I'll do prefetching for resources for against those paths. Basically, I can select for which path I'm going to prefetch. It can be one path or one where the likelihood score is more than 90% or 100%, or I can do prefetching for multiple paths also, keeping a threshold limit. And at last, website with instant navigation. That means when user navigate to that page, we have already prefetched the resources, and we are going to serve those resources directly from our cache. So before diving into the solution, building it ourselves, we decided just to check out if there's something in a market that we already have. So first library what we found was guest.js. So guest.js is a library built by Google. It's do exactly this thing. It predict the paths based on your training data. It can be your Google Analytics data or something else. But there are some solutions with this. So sorry, there are some challenges with this. First one is it's not very well maintained and it's still in alpha stage, and the last one version was published around 3 years ago. So, and the second one is it only takes current and next page data into account while training the model. But what we wanted was to track the whole user journey and pass it down to AI, because we want our model to be as accurate as we can make it. And the next thing we explored was popular web frameworks like Next, Gatsby, Remix. So these frameworks are also doing a bit of prefetching, not exactly predictive prefetching, but they prefetch the resources when you hover on a link or when a link appears in your viewport as you scroll. But again, integrating these specific modules are not that much easy, as at 1mg we have our own in-house framework, and we are doing a lot of custom things, server-side rendering and all, and it's very specifically built for our own custom needs. So with that, we started building our own solution. So before building it, let's just list down what are all the features that we are going to build, or the expectations from this solution. So the first one is obviously it needs to prefetch the resources for a route. I mean, that's expected. And second is it should take the user resources into account. So basically this means that we don't want to over prefetch things because maybe user has limited data availability, and user can be on slow connection. So we want to prefetch if we are certain that user is going to go on that page. And third is, as I said, it should adapt to connection speed. So if user is on slow connection or a 2G connection, we should skip prefetching, I think. And the fourth one is it should prefetch by likelihood score. Whatever score our AI is generating, it should prefetch using that. And second, fifth thing is it should prefetch the routes accurately. What that means is we need to train our AI model as much as we can, as if we are generating inaccurate results and user is not even going to that page, it's a waste of resources that we are prefetching and storing in cache. And the sixth one and major one is it should not block the main thread in any case. That means if we are hampering current page experience, there's no matter if we are prefetching next page's resources and trying to optimize next page experience, current page experience is bad. So with all the requirements listed down, we started building our own solution. So we divided it into 3 parts. So first one is slow boil. So slow boil is our in-house layer. It comprises of 3 parts basically. So first one is client agent, then server agent, then our AI layer. So client agent is basically the part which is running on client side and it's sending the navigation data to server agent. So we are using a web standard called OpenTelemetry to record these events, and then server agent is cleaning this data and storing it in DB. And after that, we are training our model with this data, and at last, we are prefetching the routes by making API calls to server agent, which in turn make this API call to AI layer and prefetches the routes. And the second part is prefetch core. It's basically a layer which we have built browsers inbuilt prefetch. So basically, this layer is going to accept the routes which the slow boil layer is going to generate. And the best thing about this is we have written it in vanilla.js, so you can easily integrate it with any framework of your choice, or you can even use it with vanilla.js. But we at 1mg use React as our tech stack, so we built some hooks also over this. First hook we built is use resource loader, which accepts path or maybe array of paths, and the second is use prefetch route, which basically accepts the routes from that slow boy layer. So it's doing some magic under the hood and prefetching resources against those routes, because for a single route you can have multiple resources according to your chunking strategy. Maybe you are dividing it into multiple chunks, loading and various scenarios. And also you will be having JavaScript chunks, CSS chunks. So we need the path for that against the routes. So how we did it? We built a Webpack plugin. So this Webpack plugin is running on a build time, and what it does it generates a mapping between the route and its resources. So how that mapping looks? We generate a JSON, something like this. So in this JSON we have a path, our route path. It can be a dynamic path or a static one. And then against it we generate a mapping where you can see we have chunks and children. So chunks are main page chunks, and children are some widgets or some other JavaScript resources you are loading after loading your main page. So let's see how it is working connectively, how it's all three layers are working. So first one is our slow boy. As we discussed, it has a client agent which is analyzing the user journey. Then we have a slow boy server which is consuming this data and storing it in DB, and the AI model which is which we are training with the data, and then it predicts the next route. And then we have prefetch code, which basically to which we are passing this with that we are predicting, and then this prefetch code is consuming this JSON mapping. So the hook that we discussed earlier, use prefetch routes. That hook is under the hood using this JSON that we are generating, and it finds the mapping of resources against the route that we passed to it. And after that, it adds the link prefetch to doc dynamically during server-side rendering, or you can add it in client-side rendering also. We are doing it on the server side. And after that, as user browse, we are prefetching the chunks when main page stops loading, and when user navigate to other page, it's going to be an instant navigation. But we have done all this, we have built everything, but is it worth doing all this? So what do you guys think? By how much % we were able to reduce the navigation time? 10%, 20? Any guesses? Okay, so let's see. So we have achieved nearly 50% faster navigation time with this. So as you can see in the graph, we have measured this on multiple pages, but I have listed down 3 main pages where user frequently visits. So one is our labs page, other is home page, and category page. And you can see the red bar is the navigation time before, and green one is navigation time after. So it's around 50% or less than 50% in most of the cases. But this data and everything is for nerds. Let's see what user is going to see now. So this is right. Yeah, this is before and after navigation times, or the navigation when user was navigating. So you missed it. So the left one is before and right one is after. Woo! Thank you. But one more thing is, are we saving resources of user? Like I told earlier, we need to take care of data bandwidth also. We need to consume less data. So let's see that. So data consumption, you can see what we did is we did some experiment with the intersection observer and all, and we prefetched all the links of our 1mg homepage, and it was consuming around 214 KB if we prefetched all the links, and for first code it was consuming around 116 KB. But in the predictive prefetching, it is consuming only 12 KB, which is like 6% of the base one. So it will not be that much if you see it as a single entity, but at 1 mg we have around 55 million daily impressions. So if you do the calculations, we are saving a huge chunk of data there also. Okay, so what's next? I think we have made Mr. Ankur and Mr. Saurabh both happy now. We are able to load our initial app faster, and we have made our navigation faster also. But we are not going to stop here. Though, so next part, this is currently under progress. So what we are doing is we are packaging this whole solution that we have built. So we have divided it into 3 parts, and right now we are working on second one. That is our prefetch code, and we want to make open source it as a npm package for the masses. And the second one is we want to train our AI model to generate more accurate result, and we are also experimenting with different data formats. Do we want some user personalized result also? So right now we are generating global results. So for all the users, it's going to be same. But we are thinking on that side also, where we want to prefetch user personalized data, or you can say routes. And third one is we want to be more accurate, you can say. So right now our threshold is around 60%. So our 60% we are prefetching all the links. But if we get it around 90%, so if like expectation of user going to certain page is about 90%, we will start basically processing the JavaScript bundle and then fetching the data for that page. So right now we don't have a clear path how we are going to achieve that, but maybe we are going to use service worker to do this. And the fourth one and the last thing is we are also building one intersection observer layer, which I said we experimented with this, and we want to integrate it into prefetch code layer, where if you, let's say, don't want to use an AI model to do all this stuff, you can use this layer to prefetch the links on hover or on in first code also. So yeah, that's all. Okay, and I will wrap it up with this. So thank you everyone. Thank you for listening, and yeah, thanks for joining me here. I would like to thank you CITYJS also for giving me this chance. It was pretty exciting. Thank you. Thank you everyone. Bye-bye.
Thanks a lot. So, who likes XR? Nobody. Or do you know what is XR? Virtual reality, augmented reality, nothing, nobody plays Pokemon Go? No. Alright, so next up we have my very great friend Dwayne talking about making a tic-tac-toe game. Is it the same tic-tac-toe game? Okay, so that was foreshadowing. We did it on purpose. So if you want to learn tic-tac-toe game, like making a tic-tac-toe game in WebXR using whatever technologies you want, please give a big round of applause for Dwayne.
make sense later, I promise. So hi, I'm Dwayne. I probably met a few of you at the booth. Thank you for coming by. I'm a JavaScript developer advocate at Vonage, and I get to go and speak with amazing folks, building cool things, and I try to like brainstorm how we can help you continue to build cool things. All right, so a little bit about me. I like to think I'm clever, right? So there's one thing about me, and another thing is I can be super determined, right? You're not going to tell me what I can't do. I am going to try and figure out a way of doing it, right? And one of my heroes, I don't know how if it translates here, but there was a person by the name of MacGyver. He was like this super smart guy who was, I swear in one episode, he took some like office supplies and created a helicopter so that he could escape from the bad guys. It was amazing. Just being able to take all these things and then somehow combining them to create something greater, right? And so I like to kind of think with web development, I'm able to do that. So I've always been amazed and always been very appreciative of being able to do that on the web, right? So a motto I like to go by is that difficulty takes a day, difficult takes a day, impossible takes a week. Anybody know where that's from? Anybody? Anybody? It probably doesn't translate, but Jay-Z and probably other folks. So Jay-Z actually said on the line, difficult takes a day, impossible takes a week. So that's kind of how my mind works on projects, right? But the trick is that impossible is just a smaller piece of a bigger impossible. So if you're able to kind of just narrow down that one thing and work on it, it's not that bad, at least to me, right? So that's supposed to be a brick. I don't know if it's coming out, but that's supposed to be like a brick in Great Wall of China, so yeah. I'm glad to explain stuff, I'm sorry. I don't know if it translates, so just let me know. So, like I said, I like to build a lot of projects. So a couple of years ago, I created this tic-tac-toe game. So this is like a precursor to what we were playing earlier. And so I wanted to just see if I could create a tic-tac-toe project, right? And so I'm using React because I was learning React at the time. And I like punny names, so I called it ticreacto.com, which I think still works, I'm not even sure. And I was using video APIs to be able to play games, tic-tac-toe games with people, and you'd be able to see them as you destroy them in a game of tic-tac-toe. Nothing feels better than beating somebody and seeing you beating them. And so, you see I'm typing it in there. So it's pretty much kind of like, you can see it's like a precursor to what we were playing earlier today, right? And so it has that. Cool. So we're playing the game, it goes back and forth. And I think this is still using, I think this might be when I first joined like Vonage. And so I was using it as a way of like learning the actual APIs also and seeing what we can do with things. So I like to build brand new projects, as you can probably tell. All right. So, but more recently, I've been getting into like web components, right? It's a very like thing I'm into. And I've been writing a whole bunch of blog posts over on the Vonage blog site on web components, creating web components, how to use them in React, Angular, Vue, all these things. So I've been big into web components. And I came across this one super cool one, model-viewer, right? Now this allows you to, see this is real time, like this is an actual 3D model that I can just manipulate in the browser. All I really had to do was put in model-viewer in my HTML, point to a source, just like you would an image or what have you, and a little bit of JavaScript so that the browser would understand what is happening and just makes this happen. I have no clue what is happening behind here. I'm sure there's all sorts of math and things that I don't need to worry about, but this is pretty cool. All right, so I was like, all right, so I have a tic-tac-toe game. I got some Vonage APIs, and I came across this model viewer thing. What can I do with that, right? And well, you already know, we've been playing tic-tac-toe all day, so you kind of know what already happened, so spoiler alert. But the xor.games is the actual website. You can go play games and do what you gotta do, right? So I created the chat. Now, this next thing, I don't know if it's going to translate, but well, here's a demo of it in augmented reality. I think I showed some folks. So if you have like an Android device you can kind of put it in AR mode. Again, I have no clue how it does it, but it just does it. And so I took advantage of that to be able to do and make it work. Again, I don't need to know. It's a web component. It does all that for me, which is amazing, right? And so you can see we've been playing the game, so you already kind of know how it works. All right. So how? Sway. Does that make sense to anybody? Probably not, right? Because there's a thing that would sway in the morning, and Kanye West was on there, and never mind. You can look it up on like YouTube, how sway Kanye West. It is amazing. It is the funniest thing ever. Neither here nor there. Okay. So now where would I'm a big fan of creating on the web. I don't like to do too much on my local machine because I make so many random projects that with all the node modules and all things, my computer would explode, right? So I try to do as much as I can in the cloud. So some of my favorite places to kind of code things, just kind of try out. There's like codepen.io, right? I don't know how people are familiar with CodePen. Glitch.com is another cool one. CodeSandbox.io, another really good resource. And then StackBlitz.com. And now there's a new one from Google, IDX.dev. Not really public yet. It's like a private beta that you can sign up for, but I didn't include that because it's not a thing yet, right? I'm going to use it to like learn Flutter, which is cool. So, but neither here nor there. All right. Now, but what about creating the actual WebXR environments? I have a place maybe I want to code some stuff, but what about the actual environments? So there's a few things that you can use. There's aframe.io from, I believe it came out of Mozilla. And I was speaking with somebody earlier who was talking about it, so we kind of clarified it. So yeah, aframe.io. What's funny is they also use like web components. So to make like a plane, it's like a-plane, and you have like a plane in WebXR. It's kind of amazing cool stuff. There's also Babylon.js. I believe that's from Microsoft, if I'm not mistaken. And it's kind of like a whole platform where you can create really cool environments. They make games from Babylon.js. So that's another place. 3js.org is another one. But the thing is, I gave myself a week to make this, and there was just no way. I was just, no, it's over. Now, so my idea was, all right, I need to get the board of the tic-tac-toe, XO models, pump that into Model Viewer, and then somehow get some WebXR experience. That's the plan. It's kind of like how to get rich, something, 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 profit. So that's where I'm at now, right? So, where to get 3D models? There's Clara.io, there's Sketchfab.com, TurboSquid.com, and there's Polyhaven, which is like a new one I found out about. Now, the thing is, I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice, I've been talking all day. The thing is, I searched for like EXO, like tic-tac-toe, everything was like combined. It was like a tic-tac-toe board with X's and O's on it. There was nothing separate, right? So I'm like, oh, so what am I gonna do? How many people remember Paint, Microsoft Paint? Did you know, oh, also, real quick. So I was like, maybe I can create the models, right? But Blender, I don't know. SketchUp is a lot. Again, I have a week. Tinkercad is cool, but it's like really like almost like AutoCAD, and I wasn't trying to really do all that. And then Unity.com, my eyes glaze over when I look at Unity.com. Like I have no clue what's happening, right? So again, Microsoft Paint has a 3D version of it. How many people knew that? So have you played around with it? It is amazing. It's the coolest thing ever. So literally all I did was I typed in X, typed in O, put two hashes together, and I have my models. It is amazing, right? Cool, got that done. Now, actually playing the game. It's cool you have the board and the X and O's, but that doesn't make a game. So, to make it work, I needed hotspots in the different places of the board, right? Luckily, Model Viewer has an editor where you can do that, which is kind of amazing, right? And so I just basically, what I did was I actually put like dots in the spots, and then I took the hotspots from the model editor and put it in there so that I knew where they were when I was creating it. So that saved me a lot of time. I didn't have to worry about that. Now, the way it works, because again, you have a board, you can place X's and O's, but you're just kind of playing like with yourself. It doesn't make any sense, right? You want to play somebody and beat them, right? That's the whole point of tic-tac-toe, is to destroy somebody's confidence, right? So, in comes our bondage SDKs. And like I said, we provide real-time communications for developers using the applications. And what happens is that it's not just voice and audio, it's actually data. So I have a custom event where a move is made, the other person receives it, they make a move, and it kind of goes back and forth with the different custom events with the actual marker and where it's being placed. And then we have a winner, and then we have a loser. And so that's how we do it until we start it. So it's all within the APIs, how we make it happen, right? It's just using custom events. Cool. Now, so in summary, how am I doing on time? Am I doing all right? I think we're good, right? We're good on time, right? Okay, cool. So in summary, WebXR. Tic-tac-toe with voice chat was basically built on the back of some amazing folks who did some great work. So model viewer, Vonage APIs, web components, WebXR, WebGL, WebRTC, and a whole bunch more that, again, I don't need to worry about because folks have done all the hard work for me. I just compiled all the things kind of like a MacGyver and made something cool, all right? And then, so what's next? What I'm looking to do is, I want to build more XOXR games. So I feel pretty good that I was able to get this thing working. So now I have the confidence to maybe try like a Babylon.js and doing a little bit more and learning more about actual WebXR and trying to learn and do really more creative and more difficult things. Now that I have this like in my pocket, I feel good about moving forward with it. Right? So XOXR.games. Look forward to some more games. I say that, but I'm probably not going to. But at some point, once I have time, I'm going to work on it. I'm looking at maybe like Battleship. You know about Battleship? It'd be cool to have like a WebXR Battleship. Or maybe like the, what's the one where the Minesweeper? I'm thinking about, so imagine on the floor, and then you see the grid, and you like walk around, you have to press it. I don't know, that's the stuff I'm thinking about. Or maybe if you want to try it and build it, feel free and let me know, all right? Let's see, shout out to Ada Rose Cannon, does a lot of great work with WebXR. They have amazing work. If you don't know about Ada Rose Cannon, make some noise. It's felt much better than me. It's really cool. And then shout out to Aishigul. She has a really cool front-end master's course that kind of like steps you through a bunch of stuff more in depth than what I kind of went through. Oh, don't worry about pictures. Again, if you went to that page, it has all the links. It has links to my slides, so I appreciate you taking notes though. That's great. I like it, guys. All right. So again, my website, lifelong.dev, the Twitter or X or whatever we're calling it. I don't use it, but at lifelongdev is there. Thank you very much. I appreciate y'all. You can check out our APIs, developer.vonage.com, and we have a 10-year-old coupon. So you can check it out and build stuff with our APIs. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. I get paid to answer questions, so give me questions. All right? And I think that's, are we good? Are we good on time? That's good, right? We're good. Awesome. So again, thank you very much. Enjoy the time.
this is how it's gonna work. For anyone who is coming right now, I'm so sorry, but if you are too lucky, you will get another chance. But there's no one. Oh, there's Akshay844. Who's Akshay844? Is the Twitter username? No one. Then I'm glad because this was just a trial. But anyways, this is about the story block Binny. I know it's still monsoon, but winters are coming soon. So we just saved this particular small Binny for you. It's not a big swag, but definitely exclusive because we're not going to produce this anymore for the Indian events. Though we might have something new for the next year, we never know. But yeah, the person who wins this story block Binny, it is, any guesses? Let's see. It is, I am Mr. Radhesh. Round of applause, everyone. Alright, though I thought that 2 is better than 1, I don't have a Binny, but I do have a multitasking pen. There are multiple features of this pen. I think you can explore that by yourself. So I'll first give this award to Radhesh. I hope Radhesh, yeah. Okay. And let me just do it once again. The probability is same. I haven't removed Radheshya from the string, so the probability remains the same. And it goes to Sanchit's Twitter. Who is Sanchit? Welcome. Again, a small little swag, but this is just an appreciation for you for engaging with us online. So this is like, of course, this is a pen, but you can also use this as a phone stand. There's a stencil here, and there's a torch in case you feel yourself left in darkness. So this is for you.
Here's to my dark side.
Here's to his dark side. He said, not me. But anyways, for the other folks who haven't been able to win this, feel free to collect this normal story block swags. I see Tapas already have it. From the story block booth, we have it there on the desk, so you can grab it for sure. But yeah, thank you so much once again, and appreciate the time given to us.
Thank you so much, Storyblock. So, folks, how many of you have been dabbling in data visualization? Do you know some stuff? No, not enough energy in you. Well, are you energetic? Give me a shout. Can you hear this? Is anybody alive?
Yes.
Not yes. Okay. I hear something. So, to talk about CITYJS and data visualization in general, I would like to invite on stage, amid your applause, Gaurav.
Am I audible?
Yes.
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 And I know it's like just we are at the half of the, I would say like end of the session. Not the session, but like the conference. I see everyone just wants to just go home. But before that, we start on. How's the Josh?
Hi. Hi.
No.
How's the Josh? Hi. No, yeah, 980. Let's do it again. How's the Josh? Hi. Yeah. Now I see.
अभी रैपल करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी अब मुझे, right? So before we start, I guess I might need to stand here. Okay. So before we start, let me ask you a question. How many of you are into data visualization world, or they have actually created some charts? Some charts, okay. Which is the library that you usually use? Is it a CITYJS or something of that sort? iCharts, D3, okay. And okay, and what was the major of the, I would say, major chart types that you were building? Was it just a line chart or a bar chart? And most probably pie chart? Anything else more than that? Huh? You might need to speak a little louder. Scatter plot. Nice. Scatter plot. Anything else? Histogram or a bar chart. The histogram or a bar chart is the same thing. Okay. So a little bit about me before I just say like yeah, we are just jumping into it. I am a software engineer at Arcana and also an organizer at JDC New Delhi. So a tech guy also loves swimming and just doing there. So and I love meeting people. Since it's a community, let's take it as a community. And wherever we just go, we create a community. So yeah. And okay. So we are actually talking about data visualization, but how we actually see data visualization? Is it like we just have the data, just plot it on the graph, or how do we actually just do it? That's something I just want to know. Like, let's keep it an interactive one. I know it's more like a professional talk, but let's keep it an interactive one. So maybe like a few points that I just want to put in, like in how you say it's a data visualization. Is it just a chart, or you say like I'm just representing the data in form of some blocks or like something else? Anyone? Mostly charts. Or interactive charts. Okay. So let's just go into it and say data visualization. Like it's kind of like just a definition that I've written up. But data visualization is like a graphical representation that you have for the information in the form of charts, it can be in the form of tables, it can be in the form of anything that is like just visualized for the user to show it to the public itself. And mainly the things that is being used is like for the businesses, and I guess in the finance world that's where you will be using most of it. So that's how you can say what's a data visualization. Kind of there are like a few best practices and a few libraries. A few of them I also mentioned earlier: CITYJS, HighCharts, D3. Let's just deep dive into it and say before I just deep dive. Okay, since we are there, so let's just deep dive into it. Like what all the things that we have there in the CITYJS, HighCharts, or a D3. So all of them are mainly open source. Yeah. Since for HighChart, it's more like if you are okay with having the highcharts.com logo on the bottom, you are actually just having a free open source library. You are not actually just considering it to be like a closed one. Dependency, like there is like a one dependency for HighChart, but like not for a moment. Like for CITYJS we need a moment.js, but like for a D3 we don't need. And for chart supports, HighChart actually just support like all type of chart that you actually just want. I would say like if I just want to have a mapping, so like this is like a map I just want to, and like on that population I just want to say this is the population density of the chart. According to the map I can do that part, like but for a CITYJS I won't be able to do it. And for a grant is more like a funnel. Let's say I have a data to be plotted and I am just like having it to be a funnel saying we have X amount of data in which from X amount of data, how many of the users have actually just clicked the data but like just not visited the site. You are actually just creating a funnel. That is actually a grant chart that you do. And so there are like other things. So and also D3 also supports like a whole holistic range of the charts. But the thing with D3 is like it's having a steeper curve. You can't actually just do like anything with the one day of the coding. You actually need to have like a lot of things to be just meeting out in terms of the concepts, and that's when you will be able to just do it. Apart from like in terms of high charts or ChartJS, it's more like based on the config. We'll go through it and like we'll see like how the things go. But majorly in terms of the best practices that we have, let's just go directly into it. So whenever we have a chart, there is like some sort of an intent that we have to just show it to the user. It's mainly like just telling you a story about it. Telling you about like, hey, what this data represent and like how it needs to be visualized. So it could be in terms of, let's say, like for a financial analyst who is actually just showing the data. It could be saying up like, hey, how the Microsoft price is going up and down. You are just actually telling the user or the person there why the data that is like on the date 5 September at 10:30 a.m. What's the thing was there? Like why it is like a price drop. And also choosing a right type of a chart, keeping it simple, not overloading with like too many legends or data points or like mixing and matching like too many charts. Clear and concise labels, and consistent formatting, and also before actually you just put the chart to like a full audience, a full grown audience. You are actually just testing out like in a closer environment. That actually helps out in a way just to like, hey, what happens you actually just need to do it on the chart. So this is mainly like kind of in terms of best practices that we have. So just jumping into high charts, high charts actually have a bigger kind of, I would say, library that we have. In the documentation is like so robust that you can actually just write down and search for anything that you just want. Let me just show you do like a real quick. So I am just opening. So this is the API documentation of high charts. Let's say I just want to search for x-axis, and I want to like go for do something to it. Let's say x-axis dot. I can actually just I don't need to do anything for it. Like we have like a configuration that is mentioned here itself, and it's a full robust configuration that you can just go through it. But like apart from that, they have like in terms of support, they have like accessibility support, they have like a support for touch, mobile that you have, and also in terms of keyboard support, in terms of mouse support. Even if you just want to do anything with a drag, you can actually do it. That varies according to the libraries that you have, but high charts is provided out of the box itself. Let's just go through a demo and I will show you. So there are a few demos that I've actually just done it, kept it for you. One thing, let's say I just want to create a chart for a dual axis kind of a model. So this is how it is looking into it. But is it clear now? Yeah. Yeah. So let's just go through the config that I've actually written. I have just defined high charts.chart, and the container is like basically the ID that I'm actually specifying where the chart needs to be. The output that we get is like an SVG file, SVG element on which like we have everything to be plotted up. I'm specifying a zoom type. What it helps in the zoom type is I can actually like do a zoom and it will increase like do it for like a zoom in function. I can do also for reset zoom on it. Specifying the title in the form of config, subtitles, x-axis like having a configuration to it. That can be also defined up. Labels in the formatting that I just want, and specifically just want to show in the series. And in the series itself, I'm defining which series. This series will be a column chart, and this will be like a spline or a line chart itself. What if it does is like it's actually creating a chart in this format. If I actually just want to change any of it, saying I just don't want a spline chart, I want a column. we have a column chart here. It's just that simple. Like just changing the configuration, it helps us out in making the chart in any way that you want. Even changing the, let's say we have, so yeah, so there is like a use case for a stock chart that we have. So right now we are having a live data to be actually plotted out. So now if I show you, currently for each second I am getting a random data to be plotted. This is like a configuration that I have written up. So what's happening up here is I can zoom in and zoom out to say I want a data view for a previous range or the full range button, like in this way, and we can have all to be there, like just showing the all data, or I want like a 5 month data or 1 minute data, sorry, 5 minute data or a 1 minute data. It can also be done in this way. So what I have just done here is just allowing using a version that is called the stock chart. So it's more like a plug and play thing. If you just want like a normal high chart, I can just go with the high chart. I want a stock chart, I can go with the stock chart. It can be like I just want a map, that can also be done. So for a map, I can show. I guess yeah, right now I don't have any. So mainly the base that you can actually just look into is like highcharts.com, and I just go to a demo. Let's check for a map, general. So open fiddle. So it's easy for us. Yeah. So you see like the amount of capability that highchart supports here is something that we don't get in the paid version as yet. We have to pay for the commercial license just to get everything here. But in these all can be just done in the free version. All you just need to, if you are okay with having highcharts.com in the subtitle, that's all you need to just have it. And if I show you in the inspect element, just going to this part, you actually see here, this is actually an SVG. This whole thing is an SVG. So what this helps you out in is, whenever we see from a browser perspective, like how they are actually just rendering the DOM, SVG is a lightweight element that you can actually just render out compared to a canvas or like any other alternative that you just go with. So this can help out like in a way you actually you can have 1 million data that is plotted on the chart, and even then your main thread won't be just hang up. So allowing the user to have like a multiple amount of data, n number of data bits there that can be just plotted on. So yeah, that's it. I just wanted to show you. Yeah, if you have any doubt, you can reach me out to any of the socials. It's @IMZRaghul on LinkedIn, Instagram, and Twitter. So yeah, thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot, Gaurav. And well, I guess this is the part where I thank a lot others as well. Apart from, well, despite all the difficulties we had, technical and otherwise, we managed to finish on time. So I would like to thank you all for being a very cooperative audience. And well, it looks like a blur now, but it's been months since we have been working on sort of making this happen. And none of it would be possible without our volunteers and organizers. So I would like to invite everyone on stage. Yeah, we have the recording, we can make the snap, right? Well, yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Like maybe turn off the project.
Can you? Oh, just turn off the project. Yeah.
Get a CITYJS background. Either.
But do you want to set up? No, I think we've had enough of the projector.
Let's
right?
just
I
take
think
one
it's-
picture.
Yeah, projector. Can we turn it off? Okay. Please, a huge round of applause for these.
Smile करो सब. हाँ, wait. Thank you. Good. अच्छा, उसके साथ. दो इधर दो साइड.
Is it okay? Okay, and well, we love
wait
to.
for the video.
Okay, okay, sorry.
Just let us know when to smile.
And well, thank you. We love to pat ourselves on the back and get a clap for ourselves because why not? But let's be honest, none of you care about us. Because, okay. But you didn't come here to see us. It was our speakers and sponsors who made the day. So please come on. And a huge round of applause for all of our amazing speakers and sponsors. And if you are still here, well. Speakers and sponsors, if you can hear us, please.
I just called some of them from outside.
Don't worry about your boots. We'll not. Come on, speakers and sponsors. Yeah. We're not in.
You're the MC, we're telling you.
Okay, yeah, technically I can hop credit for being the MC. Okay. All of the speakers are here with us in spirit. Remember. And of course, none of it would have been possible without you not, losing attention, basically. So, anybody up for a group photo? Yeah, and last but not the least, thanks to all the organizers from CITYJS who have been supporting us throughout, and all our community partners. But let's take a look forward. What do you think?
And thanks to Ujjwal as well.
Come on, don't be shy.
You all can kneel down as well. That's a good
Hello. This is story block away. Let's go. We'll figure it out. Who we have to win? Yeah, exactly.
You can come in. No problem.
The stream's got a nice shot of your hand. Very nice.
Very nice.
For sure.
Let's not look at this. This looks very
Yeah.
No, we're.
Oh no, that's cool. No, I have warrants. It's already been a long day. It's fine. It was a little longer.
You know what? You should stand on a chair. Stand on a chair. Maybe
Yeah,
it's
you
better.
can stand on a chair.
आगे जगह है